to order, and this is the May 20th meeting of the Pasadena Area Community College Board. This is regular business meeting number 3, and it's our joint meeting with the associated students. And we're going to start off with a roll call, and for that, I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Bucklehide.
Thank you, President Osterling. Trustee Chin Lau. Oh, and muted. That's okay. Let me make sure I can unmute you. There we go.
Here.
There we go. Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
President Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee Waugh.
Here.
Trustee Fellow. 6 out of 7, President.
Okay, and Linda, you had an echo on your response there. First of all, do we have any public comment on closed session agenda items?
No such comment.
No comments. Okay, thank you. In which case, we are now going to recess to a closed session. And in that closed session, we are going to discuss the following items. Number 1, Government Code Section 54957.6. Conference with labor negotiators. Agency designated representative is Robert S. Blazinski, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Human Resources. Closed session item 2, Government Code Section 54957. Public employee appointment, business math, chemistry, American Sign Language, engineering, biology, child development, computer science. Number 3, Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, 1 employee. Number 4, Government Code Section 54957, evaluation of employee superintendent president. And we will now adjourn to closed session. So all trustees, please go to the separate closed session Zoom invitation.
What does the president believe is illegal about the Secretary of State of Michigan sending out absentee ballot applications, and what federal funding is he considering withholding from the state of Michigan as a result?
So, I won't get into exactly what the funding considerations are. I would note that
I'm glad we're not being recorded anymore. Thanks for stopping that, but it's still streaming, so we'll keep the image on. See y'all soon.
Bye. Shireen, you can give me host back at your leisure.
Okay, and I paused the recording.
Great, thanks.
Sure. Where are you? There you are.
Ow. Thanks. So, Shireen,
Do we have like something for the page, like a PCC logo? Anything like
for
that? Yeah, because it's still kind of up there, probably live streaming on the Board of Trustees page.
is it the agenda? It's the list of items. Is that what it left with?
No, it's just left. It's left with you talking. Oh, not really talking. Hold on, let me see what it's showing on the actual page.
I mean, I could share a picture of the logo and take
Yeah.
everyone's screen.
I think that, yeah,
All right. Why not?
why not?
Why not? How'd that?
Yeah,
Okay. And so that's now live on the tube as well.
I'm gonna see what's on the tube.
Okay. When you come back, I do want to talk through this problem of raising hands to make sure I know what I'm supposed to tell these people.
Okay.
I hope it's not live on the tube because that would mean the tube could hear us talking right now.
I know, but it shouldn't because I paused this, but I don't know what it's showing. So.
See what you got. Oh, there you go. Hello, world.
I'm not hearing any audio, but I'm seeing the PCC logo, which looks good.
Okay. Tito texted or said on chat that people were sending him notes saying they could hear us. So
Okay, I'm not hearing.
maybe it's just because we're not talking right now. Let's see here. Thanks, Heather Meyer. Yeah, we're being broadcast, Tareen.
I know, I just realized that. Well,
Now's the time to say nice things about all your friends.
exactly.
Yeah, we're being broadcast. Too funny. All right, everyone. The trustees are starting to come back in from closed session, so we'll be getting underway here very soon. I'm going to begin unmuting people. Okay, President Osterling, I believe
Yes,
you've got a
sir.
quorum, if not everyone, back from the meeting, so we can start whenever you like.
Okay. And very good. And I do have the, okay. We are going to call the open session for this meeting back to order, returning from closed session. And this is the May 20th, 2020 regular business meeting number 3 and joint meeting with the associated students for the Pasadena Area Community College District. And because we're doing this by video conference, we're going to have a few rules of the road that we will read out ahead of time. So first of all, for official public notice, prior to the roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this Board of Trustees meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, as amended by Governor Gavin Newsom in Executive Order N-25-20, dated March 12, 2020, in that all trustees are at their residences and all are participating by remote video or teleconference. And thank you, Governor Newsom, for allowing us to continue to meet in that format. And now Mr. Bucklehide is going to conduct a roll call. And after he conducts the roll call, he will ask each trustee a series of questions. Mr. Bucklehide, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Osterling. Trustee Chen Lao.
Unmute your microphone, trustee. All trustees,
Here.
please unmute.
Okay. Trustee Fellow.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Waugh.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Student trustee Sarkeesian.
Here.
Did I miss anyone?
No, that completes the roll call, all present. Mr. Bucklehide, could you read out the 3 questions to each trustee?
Absolutely. We'll start with trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Chen Lao, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy
I
of
was
the
able
agenda?
to.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like
Yes,
to ask
I do.
Trustee Brown the same questions.
Yes.
Trustee Brown, can you hear me?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Now we'll ask Trustee Silver the same questions. Trustee Silver, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
And next we'll ask Trustee Waugh the same questions. Trustee Waugh, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, we're going to ask Trustee Martin the same questions. Trustee Martin, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes, I do.
And now we're going to ask Trustee Fellow the same questions. Trustee Fellow, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes. Thank you.
And now student trustee Sarkeesian, take us home. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'll take over from here. I would now like to ask that any member of the Board of Trustees speak up at this time if they have not been able to clearly hear any other trustee. Hearing no comment, the record shall reflect that all trustees present have indicated they were able to hear all other trustees clearly. I would next request that any trustee speak up at this time if such trustee has a reason to believe, based on voice recognition or otherwise, that any person representing themselves to be a certain trustee is not truly so. Again, hearing no comment, the record shall reflect that no trustee has expressed doubt that any of the trustees are parties that any trustees are the parties participating by teleconference. And then lastly, I would like to advise the trustees and the public that any votes taken during the remote conference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. So Mr. Bucklehide will be busy again for this meeting. And then lastly, just some video conference logistics. We have about 32 participants in this Zoom meeting, and I have everybody on gallery view, but all of the trustees aren't necessarily on the same window. So in addition to raising your hand into your video conference, if you could also, using the participant icon down below, raise your hand through the participant icon, and I will do my best to see a raised hand, whether it's on your video or your raised hand in the participant icon, which I do have open. And Mr. Bucklehide, feel free to interrupt during the meeting if you see a raised hand under either format that I'm missing, so I make sure that I get all of the trustees their opportunity to speak.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as usual, I'm out of order on the agenda already, and we're only on point 1. I was supposed to, before the roll call, I was supposed to report out on the action in closed session. So I will belatedly do that. The board met in closed session and there were no actions taken, but also closed session item number 3 was erroneously placed on the agenda. There was no closed session item 3, and that should be removed from the official record. And then we'll now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And let's see, is our Associated Students President available and able to lead us all in the pledge?
Yes, I'm here and I can.
All right, thank you, Dion.
So if you all can stand and place your right hand over your heart and follow after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for justice
and justice for all.
There we go.
I love the
Thank you,
flag.
Dion.
Nice touch.
Okay, yeah, and thank you for that flag, Alex. Okay, our next item is item C4, and that's the approval and reordering of agenda items. And Superintendent Androgenis, I believe you have some reordering that we're going to undertake here.
I do. I would like to suggest that we move to create C11 to be the joint meeting with our associated students, which is right now numbered I1. I'd like to move that directly after C10 board committees meeting reporting out. And then I'd like to create C12, which is the approval of the facilities master plan. And that is currently J7. I'd like to have that come right after that because Trustee Martin needs to leave before we might get to that item, and we want to make sure that he's here.
Okay.
I'll make a
Move to
motion.
approve.
Second.
Trustee Martin.
I was
Before we
also
vote. Yeah.
I was also hoping that J3 board policies could get reordered up,
Oh, okay.
maybe right below J7. I want to make a couple comments on that, hopefully before I have to go.
Well,
Sure, so
why don't
that
we
would be
make it the equivalent-
C13.
C13.
Yes.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And this will be a roll call vote. Mr. Buckelhide?
Thank you. Excuse me. Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
7-0.
Okay,
And
thank you. Motion
the
carries
student,
unanimously.
Oh,
I'm
student-
sorry, the student trustee can vote on that item.
Sorry about that. Student trustee.
Aye.
Student trustee advisory. Thanks.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. And Superintendent Androgenis, please remind me when we get to those items about the reordering, if you could, please.
Yes, I will. Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, we are going to move on, and we're on this item C5, which is introductions and recognitions. Do we have any?
I don't have anything, actually.
Okay, moving on, we're going to go to item C6, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Trustee Brown, do we have any public comment?
No, he would go to Alex.
Okay, Mr. Buckelhide, do we have any public comment on non-agenda items?
No such comment tonight, sir.
Okay, no comments. Very good. Next, we're going to go to item C7, approved minutes for our last meeting, which was regular business meeting number 1 on April 15th.
I move approval of minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow,
Aye.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next, we need to approve the minutes for our special board meeting, and this was a study session. It was our meeting number 2, and that was held on May 13th, 2020, and that was our study session for the FMP, the Facilities Master Plan.
Move to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian,
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow,
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
7-0.
All right, thank you. Motion
Trustee.
carries unanimously.
Alex, I think the student trustee was also invited to that.
Yes, I led off with him. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Pardon me.
We covered him this time. We got him.
My
Okay,
mistake.
next we have item C9, which is Board of Trustees committees and representatives. Do we have any committees reporting out tonight?
No, Trustee Osterling, that's you reporting out that you created the committees.
Okay.
The next item is reporting out, is the individual committees reporting out if they've met.
Pardon me, I stand corrected. So, and you've caught me flat-footed. I don't have my list in front of me. Does anybody happen to have that list, which I submitted?
I do.
Okay,
I'll put it up on the
Yeah,
screen.
I have my
Yeah,
list.
you know what? Alex can put it up on the screen for you.
okay, and
it?
if he.
Oh, you have
then-
it.
Here it is.
Okay, and then would you like me to
There you
read
go.
this into the record?
I don't think you need to. I think you can simply
Okay,
discuss the fact that you identified chairs and members.
okay, thank you. We'll do it that way. So we have appointed committees, committee chairs and representatives. And as shown on the list that you see here, and this list will be entered into the records for this meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you, and we'll continue on.
Okay.
So our next item is item 10, board committees reporting out. Do we have any board committees that would like to report out? And if yes, raise your hand by either method.
Okay.
Trustee Brown.
Well, basically, we met, the policy committee met on May the 9th with the committee members, which were Linda Waugh, Tony Fellow, student trustees, Alex Sarkeesian, and myself, to review and update the policies that we are bringing forth tonight, which is part of the accreditation requirement. So many of the policies, I think we reviewed about 14 of them. Some were bylaws and others were just board policies. A few of them were new and some were just to the annual review that the CJC requires for us to do. And we did make some revisions and we're bringing them forward for approval. So you have had time to look at them, and I noticed that we did have some questions, which later on will be addressed. But what the community did decide that we do need to approve these policies. Thank you.
Yeah, and Trustee Brown, I want to thank you and the Board Policy and Accreditation Committee. That was a marathon round. And as always, we need to thank Crystal Colross.
Absolutely, she's the rock star.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any other board committees reporting out? Trustee Martin, you're next.
Thank you. The Budget and Audit Committee met. I would say most of the time was dedicated to potential ways of funding the Serafian building as we know, there's a hearty chunk of it that the district needs to self-fund in order to get the 45 million from the state. In addition to that, we did a little more backup into our 311Q in a presentation that's more, I will say, normal for understanding than the 311Q report that we have to vote on. And we also had a little bit of a teaser on the budget and what would be coming down the pike from the state at that time. And so I think it was, but most of it was spent on trying to understand options for leaning towards certificates of participation as a funding method of a bridge loan for our Seraphim building.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Martin. Any other board committees reporting out? Thank you for all your extra work outside of the regular meeting. All right, and now we're going to go to the reordered agenda items. What's next, Superintendent?
What's next is C11 is now the joint meeting with our Associated Student Government, which was originally numbered I-1.
Okay, and do we formally call this to order?
I believe we do, the student government. So Dion Shelton should be part of this conversation.
All right.
Calling it together.
Ms. Shelton, would you like the honors of calling the joint session to order? And you're on mute.
Yes, I would like the pleasure. So
okay, take it away, please.
I would like to call this session to order at 7:22 p.m. Is there a first and a second?
Okay. Ms. Shelton, do we have an agenda for this meeting, or how would you like to conduct the joint session here?
So we have a PowerPoint presentation that we are going to present to you all. If we can have the option to share our screen, our Vice President of Public Relations will share the PowerPoint with you all. And
I'll be able to do that right now, so please give it a shot. There we are. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're going to start with Alex Sarkisian, our student trustee.
The main responsibility for my role this semester is serving as a liaison between our amazing board of trustees and the associated students. So today I'm going to be liaisoning back to Dion Shelton, and just the associate students is very important now more than ever. I would say, I think our number one goal with this remote switch has been keeping up student morale, and that's something that this board has really exemplified doing in these past few months and throughout this year. So gonna shoot it back to Dion.
So hello everyone, I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Dion Shelton and I am the president of Associated Students. And the Associated Students organization is comprised of 12 elected officials chose to serve the student body. This year was a very unique one, having started the term only with having 6 elected officials. By the start of fall semester, we were able to appoint 5 of those 6 vacant positions due to a heavy and intense Instagram campaign search. During the fall semester, we were tasked to host campus-wide events as well as advocate for the student voice on a local, state, and federal level. I also tasked the executive board to stretch outside their comfort zone and network with other community colleges at our annual statewide conference, Seesaw, where myself and several other board members facilitated leadership workshops to our peers. Through the great mentoring and leadership guidance from our advisors, Carrie Afuso and Dean Rebecca Cobb, we have extended the working relationships of our organization throughout the state of California. Over the winter intercession, we planned for an event-filled spring semester, but all of that came to a halt due to the global health pandemic of COVID-19. Despite being upset at the campus closure, we still wanted to be able to serve our students. So by splitting up the executive board into virtual working groups, we were able to develop a virtual plan of action. Though this year has had its ups and downs, we have remained resilient, supportive of our constituents. Moving on, I will allow my executive board to introduce themselves, starting off with David Ramirez.
All right, hi everyone. Good evening. My name is David Ramirez. I serve as the Chief Justice on the AS board. Almost a year ago, this team had a pretty rough start. I mean, we were half a vacant board and we didn't really know each other, and getting through that was like kind of the first hurdle that we had to overcome. But in our first moments together as a board and as a team, we set these goals for ourselves that we decided that we needed to live by if we were going to move forward and meaningfully impact students. And we came up with our mission statement. We wrote that we, the associated students, commit to a student-led collaboration towards building an equitable community that fosters the empowerment of our students. We move to be a presence that is unifying for our students in our endeavor to be accessible and adaptable to better suit their needs. In order to reestablish the confidence of our students, we strive for transparency and welcome accountability. And in the face of everything, we've remained resilient and we've kept up our promises. And I honestly couldn't be more proud to be part of such an amazing team.
Next, we will have Frida Ramirez.
Hello, my name is Frida Ramirez. I'm your Vice President of External Affairs. So I chair the lobby committee. This year, we have had the pleasure of having joint meetings with some of the members of the Board of Trustees to advocate in Sacramento as well as Washington, D.C. on behalf of students. A couple of the issues that we touched on were food and housing insecurity and having funding to be reallocated to support our resources that we offer for our students on campus. And as you can see, we did have the pleasure of meeting a couple of officials during these meetings, from Kamala Harris to Adam Schiff, where we have had working relationships with their offices in order to have a dialogue between what our students need and how their offices can support us. So we have had a lot of good communication and dialogue with those offices to better serve our students.
Thank you, Frida. Next, we will have Yareni Reyes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yareni, and I served as the Vice President of Academic Affairs. I recently joined AS last February, so I wasn't able to have any face-to-face events on campus. However, my committee and I created this survey that was aimed to obtain questions and comments from the students regarding how they're dealing with this current situation. And we were really happy to see and provide students with the accurate answers that they wanted. Currently, my committee and I are working on designing a t-shirt that you can see right here in the picture as a gift to commemorate them transferring or graduating and just moving forward in their lives, because we just want to make sure as AS that we're just celebrating students and being happy for them. Finally, one of my other main roles was to attend the Academic Senate meetings, which I have been doing, and I have learned so much from everyone there. And I just love getting their perspectives and being able to provide my input as a student. So that's it. Thank you.
Awesome.
Next, we have Santiago Vargas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Santiago Vargas, and I serve as a VP of Sustainability. If you take a look within a 1 mile radius around campus, you will not find any place where you can have access to nutritious and also affordable food. So one thing we believe that the students should have access to healthy and affordable food and products. So we created a project that is called FIRA. FIRA strives to make an impact on students' access to organic food grown around campus, as well as to promote a change of perspective. Our clear goal is to change Lancers' mindset about the decisions we make regarding the things we choose to put in our bodies. We're doing this by planning and designing an efficient aeroponic system that will potentially feed or support departments as Lancer Pantry, allowing us to be there the whole process from seat to the table, making sure that sustainability, innovation, and accessibility come into place, raising that awareness we are looking for eat sustainable, and eat sustainable, and live sustainable, from students to students.
Thank you so much, Santiago. Next, we have Ryan Tan.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Tan, and I had the honor of serving associate students as their vice president of student services for the 2019 to 2020 term. During my role, I was able to bridge the gap between the students and student services, host numerous events such as Holiday Angels, which can be seen on that GIF, CDC Trick or Treat, and also midterms and final relaxation week. But none of this would have been possible without the guidance of my advisor, Jordan Orozco, and also the Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Cynthia Olivo. During this term, I'm proud to say that I was able to also host a Student Service Awareness Fair, which gave resources to over 300 students and an event that had 15 services out in the quad. Also, I can also proud to say that it was the last in-person Associate Students event. It was amazing to have such a big event hosted after numerous years where it has not been made. Finally, Associate Students has been proactive in our response to COVID-19, where we have been hosting virtual town halls that reach multiple students where they can tell us their concerns and questions that they may be having. It's amazing to see students getting their concerns being answered and also any questions that we may be able to direct them to. Some things to look forward to in Associate Students is virtual Zoom study sessions, town halls, movie nights, elections, and other numerous amazing events. It's honestly been such a pleasure to develop my leadership skills and also work with such passionate leaders.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, we're going to have Mackenzie Rivera.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Rivera, and I'm the Vice President of Campus Activities. It's my job to engage with our students outside the classroom, and one of the biggest events of my term is Homecoming Week, which during the fall semester took place from November 12th to November 16th. It is a time that it's filled with spirit days, activities, and obstacle courses, movie nights, even a casino night, and as you can see by this lovely photo, lots of pizza to hand out to our students. This year, we brought back the tradition of the homecoming court, but we modified it to fit today's time. The titles Homecoming King and Queen instead became Homecoming Majesties, and Prince and Princess turned into Homecoming Royalty. This was done to provide a gender-neutral title that was inclusive of all of our students, and to add to the success of this event, our Lancers won with a score of 35-0. Moving into the spring semester, we became part of a digital world where all of our events had to become virtual. And so to keep students engaged in this new virtual world and keep them in a social environment, we began to have events such as Mario Kart tournaments where you could compete with others to be the best driver. And our movie nights that were once in the quad are now held on platforms such as Discord, where we can all watch a film together safely from our homes.
Thank you so much for that. Next, we're going to have Connie Rivera.
Hi, my name is Connie Rivera, and I'm the Vice President of Community Diversity. So I've had the opportunity to host many events such as the LGBTQ plus Pride event, and I even hosted a trans awareness workshop. My favorite event that I hosted in the fall was the LGBTQ plus Pride event, which I loved because my goal with that event was to talk about multiple identities that exist within the community and many of these communities that students at our school have. And I was able to meet my goal because many students told me how they appreciated how there was such a diversity in what was being represented at school. And I loved it. And then also one of the great opportunities I had was working with Matthew Pergis for the Cross Cultural Center. And we've actually also collaborated for events. We had a Black History Month spoken word, and that was a really great turnout. And I've just loved being able to work with Matthew and the Cross Cultural Center for events.
Thank you so much, Connie. Next, we have Christopher Tung.
Hello, trustees. My name is Christopher Tung, and I've served as the Executive VP for the 2019-2020 academic year. My responsibilities here on campus as Executive VP is to clubs and organizations. First, I would like to start off by mentioning that I've ran 2 successful club rushes, all of which have had a showing of over 50 clubs here in the quad. Second is the successful hosting of the ICC retreats for both semesters, where I disseminated important information on how to fill out club paperwork, as well as instilling leadership skills through workshops. Outside of my normal duties, however, I've pioneered several things throughout my term, all of which align with the use of technology to better the experiences of joining and forming clubs here on campus. The first is engaging people in Lancer Life, the platform where clubs can host events and turn in important club paperwork. I've created several tutorial walkthrough videos on aiding this electronic transition. Second is the use of weekly email marketing to tell ICC members what they need to know, including meeting agendas, minutes, volunteer opportunities, and much more. I've grown my list to over 400 members, and I believe they all really do appreciate the consistent communication that they receive all in one place. Last is the use of Zoom meetings. As we've gone remote, I've successfully moderated and hosted meetings of over 30 ICC members to help me pass emergency modifications so that clubs can continue to operate when they come back. I believe that my work with technology here as Executive VP has started to pay dividends, as we are likely to stay remote coming in the near future. I believe with all of the electronic resources that I've put out there, I've sealed and ensured the continuity of clubs for when they are able to come back and operate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that, Chris. Next, we have, I believe, Jessica Wu.
Hi, so my name is Jessica Wu, and I'm the Vice President of Public Relations. My job mainly focuses on the publicity, outreach, and branding of AS. For each event AS hosts, I'm in charge of making flyers or graphics to help advertise and reach out to our student body. So here in the presentation are just a few of the flyers that I've made this school year. These are typically posted all around our social media accounts, and they were also posted all over campus pre-quarantine. After the campus was closed, I focused my efforts more on publicizing online, which includes our elections for the next AS board. So for elections this year, we had to come up with a new way that would be easy to access and equitable to our student body. I worked with one of the web developers, Michael Eric, and one of the AS advisors, Jordan Orozco. We created a webpage that showcases all the candidates for each position with their candidate statements available as well. This page is accessible to the public and provides information for the election, like the time, date, and as well as how to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jessica. As you can see, we've had a very, very busy year, and we are excited and still so happy to serve the students of PCC. We just want to say thank you for all of your support this year. And I want to give a special shout out to Alex Sarkisian, who has gone above and beyond his student trustee role by actively getting the Board of Trustees to participate in events with students. Unfortunately, his highlighted event, Trustee Tuesdays, was not able to happen this semester because we have gone remote, but I do just want to acknowledge the fact that he has been actively and resiliently still trying to get the Board of Trustees to communicate with our student body as a whole. So with that being said, I want to thank you, Board of Trustees, for allowing us to speak during your meetings, and also thank Alex Sarkisian for all of his hard work that he has done this year. Thank you so much, Alex. We love you, and thank you, Board of Trustees.
Well, if I could quickly step in, I just want to say thank you, Dion. Also, Trustee Tuesdays isn't happening, but Trustee Friday is happening. So
That's right.
No fear. Don't worry about that. I also just want to add, it was truly an honor to work with each of these board members throughout the year. Obviously, we weren't a full slate in the beginning, and that was a bit rough. And I can personally say for Dion and myself, I served with Dion for 2 years on the executive board in different roles, and she's been such a great role model and person to work with. We argue a lot, but that's, I think, the most important person to have next to you as a leader. And as for the rest of the board, truly this year, if this was a reality show, this year was like all stars. They just brought it. Everyone was like, how can I improve? How can I do what I can for the students and not for myself, which was a huge thing. And under Dion's amazing leadership, I think we worked as a team, which was something I haven't seen in the last year of AS. So that was truly remarkable. And I want to thank this amazing board. I also want to thank Jessica Wu, our public relations person. She was a disembodied voice during this, but because she was showing you the amazing PowerPoint, but she worked very hard on that. And thank you so much to them, and thank you so much for the Board of Trustees for supporting us throughout this year.
If I can say something, Trustee Osterling?
Yes, please.
I just want to say that I have been nothing but impressed by the energy of Dion Shelton and all of the folks, Frida, everybody who's worked on the Associated Student Union. I mean, I just want to tell you that this is my 20th year in California community colleges, and doing student activities in a community college is so hard because students have so many obligations. They're, you know, if we do our job right, they're only here for 2 years. And sometimes it's really hard to get folks motivated. And I don't think it's possible to describe how amazing this year was, because as Gian already pointed out, when the year started, they didn't have a full slate of officers. They didn't have all the activities, and everybody came together. She brought everybody together. And then we went through, you know, this transition through the pandemic. And as you saw, I mean, if you think about that PowerPoint, the sheer number of activities that they did both before and after the pandemic, I've never heard of any college doing all of that. And I also had the pleasure of traveling to Sacramento and to DC with everyone, with Dion and Frida and Alex, and I know there was one more person I'm forgetting, David. And I mean, they were amazing with our legislators, and they stayed on point, and they saw the cities where we went. They did everything. And I just, you know, really hats off to all of you, all of Associated Students. And Alex, I mean, you just did an amazing job, and we'll talk about it later. This is Alex's last meeting tonight as our student trustee, and normally we'd be doing a little hoopla. We don't get to do that except by Zoom. And so anyway, I just wanted to tell you, I did student activities when I was in high school and then in college and in graduate school. And so I know the kind of effort it takes to do what you did, and you just, hats off to you. Just amazing.
Well said, Superintendent Enderjohn. We have a hand up here on the participant screen from Trustee Wah, and if anybody else wants to speak, we'll get to them next.
You know, I say every year what an amazing group we have, and it just, you know, you never think it could get better, but these guys have been amazing. And especially you see this leadership really emerge during our crisis. And Erica is absolutely right. You know, I have not seen a student group who has been so active, and Trustee Sarkisian has just been amazing, because he not only serves on our committee, but he also now serves as a vice president in the statewide student senate, and has done amazing work in just a very short time over there. You know, and when we go to the community college, sorry, my dog wants to come in. When we go to the community college conferences, I always hear from other trustees from other districts how amazed they are at what strong leadership we have among our students, and they're just amazed at how professional and articulate they are. And we certainly see that, and you know, as they advocate in when we go to our legislative meetings. And as Erica said, I mean, this really takes a lot of their time, because they're trying to juggle finals, they're trying to negotiate with their own professors to get that time off, but they make the time to help their fellow trustees. And I also want to give a shout out to their advisors, you know, Dean Cobb, Carrie, Lindsay, you know, just amazing. So thank you for everything you do. I mean, you guys are just really an amazing group.
Thank you, Trustee Wah. Any other trustees? Well, in that case, I'd like to step in, and I'm going to be echoing some of the things that have been said already. But yeah, this has been an amazing group this year under unprecedented circumstances at the start of the year, and then as things went forward. And in particular, the group that I worked most closely with was the lobby committee, doing advocacy both in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. And Dion, Frida, Alex, David, and I think there was somebody else in Sacramento. I can't remember who, but you guys were amazing dealing with our senators, our assemblymen, our congressmen, and I
women.
still remember having to on the fly do your pitch in the cloakroom at the Congress when Congressman Schiff stepped out of a meeting to hear us. And you guys handled all of that, and you are the embodiment of our theme for this year, which is Semper Gumby, always flexible. And so thank you for all your service under just unique circumstances. And that's all I have to say. Do we have any other trustees that have any comments to add? Trustee Fellow and then Trustee Sarkisian. Tony, you're on mute right now.
Tony, you're muted.
Tony, you're on mute right
I just
now.
wanted to make a comment. I think those T-shirts are a great idea. It's wonderful, and I give you a kudos for those T-shirts. But it's been a wonderful group, and that's why I'm a professor. Huh, Erica? We get to work every day. So thank you all.
Thank you, Tony. Anybody else? I thought, Trustee Sarkisian, you're next, sir.
I know. I'm gonna keep talking today because my last meeting and no one can stop me. But I just wanted to also add our amazing advisors who have to be as equally flexible as we do and as equally flexible as we are this whole year. And on top of that, just be, mentors to us in so many ways. I mean, our main advisor, Carrie Fuso, someone I can hit up at any time of the night and just be like, I'm stressed about this. This is what happened. This is what's happening. I need to talk to you. And Dean Cobb, I call it the RBG of PCC because she knows how to handle a room and she knows what to get done. And she has just been a mentor for me for 2 years, along with just everyone in the Office of Student Life, Jordan, Lindsay, Matthew, our Miss Sharon, everyone in that office is really family to us. And we wouldn't be, I think all of these students can agree, we wouldn't be who we are and where we are without that, family aspect. And I think that's what's made this remote switch the hardest for us, because we don't get to see these amazing mentors every day, but they still continue to keep in touch with us and make sure we're doing good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Superintendent Erica, did you have another comment?
No, I was just waving out of excitement.
All right. Okay.
Dion does.
President Walton, you're up next.
Well, I just want to tell you all thank you for this time, and thank you for all of the wonderful shout outs to myself and the executive board. It, like we said, it wasn't easy, but it's something that we all had a passion to do. And we enjoy doing it. And honestly, if we weren't leaving, we'd probably do it again. So just thank you for your time. And I just want to extend my board's thank you for letting them come speak to you all. It's been a really great year working with you all, from traveling to just having face-to-face meetings and things like that. So I really do appreciate it. And so does my executive board. And thank you and good night.
Trustee Chen.
Awesome.
Hi, I thought that if I would start talking, I would start to have tears. But because, Alex, you've done such a great job as a liaison and as a leader. And I think that when we think about the next generation of leaders, you all represent the next generation of leadership. And I hope that as you go beyond PCC, that you continue to utilize your leadership skills to impact other organizations or other communities that you are in. And, it's as a community college student myself, way back, I remember that we didn't have this type of activities like you've been planning here at PCC. And surely that you're making PCC feel like so much of a community for community college students, for your fellow students. And congratulations and a job well done. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Now, President Shelton, do we have any other, anything else to do in the joint meeting here?
No, we do not. We are done.
All right, well, would you like to adjourn the joint session?
I would like to adjourn the joint session at 7:50 p.m.
Okay, thank you, Dion.
You're welcome.
All right, and thank you to everybody on the AS this year. Okay, Superintendent Androgenis, we're now on item.
We are on to item C12, the new C12, which is the action item approving the facilities master plan, the original J7. And Dr. Mike Bush will come on and talk to you for a little bit on that.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello. There it is. We engaged with HGA to help us write the facilities master plan. We started in October and we worked on it through February. We had over 60 participants across the campus work on the plan. The facility master plan aligns with the educational master plan and organizes the campus around our career communities. It took an assessment of our current facilities, made recommendations for improving the facilities, replacing facilities, and expanding other facilities. There was several vetting meetings with different constituencies across the campus, including 3 meetings with the Academic Senate. And I believe 2 weeks ago, we had a special board workshop on the facilities master plan.
Hard to believe it was only 1 week ago.
Oh, it feels like 2.
I know.
And that concludes my report.
So at this point in the process, Trustee Osterling, it is for the board's consideration to approve the facilities master plan.
And Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the master plan.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I see a hand up by Trustee Chen Lao. And Trustee Martin, are you also going to comment on this agenda item?
I can.
All right, we'll start with Trustee Chen Lao and then move on to Trustee Martin. And if anybody else would like to speak, please raise your hand.
May I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Trustee Chen Lao.
When the facilities master plan first came across, as a presentation, it was already at that time so well thought out. And I would like just to comment and congratulate the team for doing so much work to ensure that there is input from external and internal stakeholders. Not only were there, I think, a lot of thoughtful discussion and dialogue amongst the internal community, but that there was also a lot of participation in terms of discussion, during the community meeting as well. So, this plan certainly, I think, deserves a great deal of consideration and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Martin.
I'll just add that I too am very appreciative and impressed with the plan. I think it's critical for the college and the district to have a plan. As we know from our last master plan, as life twists and turns, there may be subtle changes that happen. And that's going to be okay, because that's part of the reason that you go through a plan, is so you have kind of a cable running through them all with general direction upon which you know you can make the changes you need to make. And I appreciate the way there are places in this plan where there will be opportunities, depending on what does happen in the future, for some of these plans to change slightly this way or that way. We talked about it, for example, in parking. There's some ways we could add a little more or a little less. There's different flexibilities that are built in that I think will serve us well in the future. I think the way it's built on the educational master plan and on the educational communities is a wonderful addition. The way it includes not just the central campus that we're looking at here momentarily on the screen, but does also respect our feeder satellite campuses, which we have found to be so successful and important. So I appreciate the fact you're moving this up so that I can get a vote in on it, because I'm really pleased to support this plan. And I'm, again, thankful to Dr. Bush, of course, our superintendent, and all those many people that Sandra pointed out have been actively involved in this. I think they've done a wonderful job.
Thank you, Trustee Martin. Trustee Sarkisian.
I also want to add, I said this in previous meetings, but I appreciate like Dr. Bush taking in so much student consideration throughout this process. That was huge. And as we approve this last Friday, I have an ad hoc committee, and there's about 6 students that, you know, had been studying up on this as well. It was going to be part of Trustee Tuesdays, RIP. But we did have some invited trustees come, including Trustee Martin, to discuss this plan with them, and they really took everything into consideration. So I feel comfortable on behalf of the students of approving this, because I think they are considering a lot of student needs.
Thank you, Trustee Sarkisian. And I'd like to add a few comments before I call for a vote. First of all, thank you to everybody on the campus community that was involved in the formation of this plan. And as many of us know, this has really been an evolution over about a 5-year period, maybe longer, for a variety of reasons that we don't need to go into in this meeting. So thank you to everybody that's been involved in this through the different iterations and the twists and turns to get to this point where we have a plan that we're in a position to vote on. Also, there was some concern about the public outreach portion of this plan because of the pandemic. And I'm pleased to report that we actually had, when we did our public town hall a few weeks ago, we were concerned that maybe we'd have a half dozen participants or something like that. And we actually had about 89 participants in a very active chat session during that public town hall presentation of the facilities master plan. And I noted all of the chats, and I followed up with Dr. Bush and Dr. Androgenis on questions that came forward from the public. And if I could, really for the record for this meeting and just for our community observers, I think the biggest question or concern that I received and that came forward was, well, why are we doing a facilities master plan when we're in the middle of a pandemic and all that entails, and the economic devastation to the community and our property tax holders? And so I just want to respond to that and clarify and differentiate really for our community members. As a community college, it is our responsibility to have a active and viable education master plan, technology master plan, and facilities master plan. And this represents the facilities master plan portion of that. And we recognize that ultimately, whatever facilities master plan that we approve, ultimately it needs to be financed. But the financing of this plan, particularly in light of the pandemic, is a separate question and issue to whether we should approve this plan or not. And I just wanted to get that on the record and for the community. So if there are no further discussion on this item, it's been moved and seconded, and I will call for a vote, and that would be a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide.
Student Trustee Sarkisian.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Tammy, you're on mute.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Tony, you're on mute.
Aye.
That's Student Trustee aye and 7-0.
Okay.
Yay, can I make a comment?
Yes, motion carries, and I'll turn the floor over to Superintendent Enerjanis.
I just want to say thank you to the board for approving the facilities master plan and for being so interested in it, so involved in it, helping to shape it. But also I want to say a huge thank you to Mike Bush and all of his folks who helped with this, HGA. You know, when I hired Mike to be the chief business officer, you know, he said, okay, so what do you need? And I said, I need a facilities master plan. And one of the reasons I had so much confidence in him to do this task is because I worked with him at Oxnard College. And one of the things I knew about Mike, which is borne out by how this rolled out, is that he truly values input. And he really fundamentally understands and appreciates the role of participatory governance, the role of community input, and really breaking a big process like this down into bite-sized chunks. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone that got us across the finish line. And it's just really exciting to see. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Enerjanis. Thank you again to everybody in the campus community that was involved, and the Facilities Master Plan Committee, and John Martin, Chairman. And
Yes.
We're now moving on to, we're calling this, Erica, we're calling this
C13. And it is our board policies, and those are originally J3.
J3, all right. Okay, so former item J3 was to approve our board bylaws and board policies. And is there any discussion, or should we call for a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Trustee Martin?
Thank you. First off, I want to thank the policy committee, accreditation policy committee. I think we just was that Berlinda? Is that your committee that you're in charge of that?
Yes.
Wow. I was exhausted looking through all these. So you guys must have really had a long meeting. So kudos to that group and that committee. I'm really appreciative that we get to vote on them all in one whack. We're not going to vote on them one at a time, 7 votes on record, because we'd be here all night and I won't be here all night. I did have 2 comments, and I want to make these comments on 2 particular board policies. And I don't want to, I want to approve these policies. I think the concepts behind and the things that I'm about to say have nothing to do with the underlying spirit or concepts behind them. But I would like to ask our policy committee and the administration to take these comments to heart and maybe review these 2 again. And possibly if you're in agreement after the short comment I'm about to make, you could review them again and maybe they could come back ever so slightly revised. So Again, I'm going to vote for these. I'm really thrilled, and I think you've done a great job. But I want to point out one or two things. The first one is in Board Policy 3900, which is our speech policy, time, place, and manner. I think it's tremendous that we have a time, place, and manner policy, and you've been able to do all this, because I know by the time it gets to you, it's gone through the campus and it's gone through a lot of places. And this is a very important policy, as free speech is very important. My issue with the policy isn't in the spirit of what it's trying to articulate, but in the first paragraph, it references students, employees, and members of the public. And then as you move into the second paragraph, it references students and the community, which I would guess community is similar to members of the public. And then when you get into the third paragraph, we're down to only referencing students. And to me, that was a little confusing in the read. It seems like it starts off very broad, and yet when it gets into some of the more details, it seems to limit it to not quite as broad of groups as the first three in the first paragraph. So I just found the way that read confusing and leaving me wondering, well, what about the groups that you mentioned in paragraph 1 that you aren't mentioning in paragraph 2 or paragraph 3? So if the committee could review that again, looking at it from that perspective on how it reads, and maybe you'll come to the conclusion that Martin is the only one that would ever read it like that. It's just fine the way it is. Or maybe you would say, maybe we can word it slightly different. So that was, again, 3,900. So again, I think we ought to approve it tonight. I think it's great work, but I just asked for maybe a little shorter review time on that one, and maybe if you want, bring it back. The other one that was, again, I'll just make a comment on, was BB 2715, which is our Code of Ethics, Standards of Practice. And I found this to be a great read. There was a time where we had these protocols and the way we'd conduct ourselves as board members, and we'd check in and read them before every meeting. I'm not suggesting we go back to that, but it was refreshing to read BB 2715 as a reminder to ourselves how we should conduct ourselves. And I have to say that by and large, my many years on the board, almost overwhelmingly, there's always been a tremendous spirit of mutual respect between board members and a deep desire by all to put the college's interests first and do things right. But I do think it's helpful for us to review BB 2715 periodically as a reminder to ourselves of how we should be conducting ourselves as board members. The other place that gave me just a bit of question was at the very end. And in the very end, it makes, and it's the very last sentence on page 3, it says, charges by any person that a board member has violated the board's code of ethics shall follow the process outlined in AP 2715, Procedure for Violations of Code of Conduct. And we realize that all board policies are general guidelines. They're kind of like the outer parameters. And we leave to the administration to do all the APs that's in between, to do it however they want to do it. And we also know that the reason APs are APs is because as times change, people change, and circumstances change, the administration may want to change them, and they can do those changes without board approval because they're APs. They're all within the guidelines as set by the broader board policies. This in particular, going to the heart of charges against board members, it seems to me that I would ask our policy committee to maybe we ought to outline some board equivalent of an AP on how we should conduct any charge that was brought up, so as first to protect the administration from having to deal with these charges in their own way, because that might get a superintendent in trouble with certain board members in the future. So it just, the fact that we were referencing an AP in a BB, which we normally don't do, just kind of brought a little confusion to me and made me start to be concerned that that could put a superintendent in an uncomfortable position, because they're the ones that are kind of deciding a process for how a board member would be charged. And I think if I was the superintendent, I would just assume the board decide the processes by which the board might be charged or how to handle that, because obviously it's their duty to report to the board. So those were just my comments on it. And if I think the committee would look at it from that perspective, and if you want to just come back and somebody say to me, hey, Martin, we get where you're going with that, but you're off. We all think this is, dead on. I get it, but I just had to express that.
We have several hands up here, and so I'm just going to announce the order that we're going to do. I'm going to quickly make some comments on Trustee Martin. Then we're going to go to Superintendent Androgenis, and then we're going to go to Trustee Brown, and then Linda Waugh. Trustee Waugh also has your hand up. We'll go in that order.
Trustee Osterling, can I make my comment, because I think it might clarify before you make your comment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to remind folks, because I thought I had answered this clearly before, but I obviously didn't. AP 2715 is not developed by me. AP 2715 is an AP to your board bylaw. So the policy committee will be the one that develops it, and the board will approve it. When it is an AP attached to a board bylaw, it is your AP. It's not my AP. So Trustee Martin, I hear you and I agree. It would be highly inappropriate for me or my staff to create your AP attached to your board bylaw. So that will be on the policy committee to develop, and it is an example of the only APs that you all approve, and those are those that are tied to board bylaws.
Superintendent Androgenis, thank you for that clarification. I'm actually going to go to Trustee Brown next. I'll hold off.
No need. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Thank you. And then Trustee Waugh, you have your hand up on the participant.
Yeah, so first, I want to commend Trustee Brown, who chairs this committee, having just sat in on the Board of Governors meeting, and one of the reports was about a district and the board behavior. And I got questions about policies and how are reviewed, and I think we've been really exemplary. So I think that's due to Crystal. It's also due to Dr. Androgenis, but I think Berlinda did a great job chairing this committee. So I'm proud to sit on that committee with her and Tony. And I think, but I do, and I want to say I read John's comments back, and Dr. Androgenis's comments back. So I did think that she answered. I mean, I was satisfied with the answers. I don't know that we need to pull any, and I know John keeps saying that we can approve something, but yet, if we're going to take something back to review it, there's no point in approving it unless it gets pulled. But I think like the first BP that that you referenced, John, I think those are small changes, and it just seems to me that we could approve those now. I mean, it's just a matter of expanding the verbiage to include the first group that was referenced in paragraph 1. And so if we can just amend that, I leave it to Trustee Brown. You can't?
No, Trustee, we cannot, because this the time, place, and manner policy has gone through well over a decade of vetting at this college. And the policy that is before you has been vetted by an attorney at least 4 times. That attorney has gone to the academic senate meeting and answered questions, has provided feedback. At this point in time, I understand what Trustee Martin's concerns are. I was hopeful that we had addressed those concerns, but at this point in time, you're in a position where you either need to accept what is presented or you need to reject it, and we start the entire process over again. And I just beg you not to do that. And I am not above begging. Please don't.
Okay.
So I have to say, I understand that issue. I just, you know, and I want to respect that process. I don't want this to go through another 10-year process to be vetted. But by the time it comes to the board, if there's never any recourse for us to ever give comment for change, this is a little bit disturbing to me.
But this is a minor. I mean, this has been vetted. Like it. I don't. It is. It's. I want to be respectful, but I really feel like it is a singular interpretation of this policy, and I respect Trustee Martin. I respectfully disagree with his interpretation of the policy. It still means what we all think that it means. And I also understand what you're saying, Trustee Wah. In the case of this, if it hadn't been through so much legal vetting and so much community vetting, I would be imploring you less, but I can't beg enough.
Okay, I'm going to go to Trustee Martin next.
Well, I started this whole conversation trying to emphatically insist that we approve it as is. Because the decade that you've worked on it, I know there was a decade before that.
Right, and that's not even my decade. I
know of a decade before that where this originated, and we won't go into that now. So, which is why I started this whole conversation with emphatically saying I want to just improve the block, and kudos to all involved. And I acknowledge that maybe, and you're calling it my interpretation. You can use the word interpretation. It's just the way when I read it, it opened up these questions to me as to, well, at the beginning, there's 3 groups, and by paragraph 3, there's only 1. So I had to raise that in hopes that maybe somebody could address that through the process. But certainly I'm, having been associated with this college for 20 years, waiting for a moment like this, not going to let 2 or 3 words get in the way of approving it. And I don't even think that's a question. I don't think you have to beg. I don't even think that's a question. So, but that's the way I read it when I read it, and it brings that point to mind. And I just ask that in the next round, maybe that be considered.
I'm going to weigh in here unless there's any other trustees that have any further comments. First of all, Trustee Martin, thank you for your detailed review of these. Thanks again to the committee and to Crystal for getting these up to the board. And I do think that Trustee Martin's approach is the most constructive way to go about doing this. Approve them as is. We've tried to make wordsmithing changes on the fly in a meeting before on matters, and we quickly get bogged down and it doesn't work. So I think the idea of approving these just the way they are and leaving ourselves open to looking at words here and there that might change or may not, will after the fact, is the most constructive way to get these passed. And then just one final comment, Trustee Martin, you made a suggestion that we review these code of ethics periodically as trustees to remind ourselves. And I think that's a good suggestion. And I think we should come up with a format or a method where we do that, whether it's in a meeting or anything, because I think it is a good idea to remind ourselves occasionally of the ethics by which that we should conduct ourselves. Is there any other comments by any trustees before I call for a vote? Hearing none, it's been moved and seconded, and this is going to be a roll call vote. So Mr. Bucklehide, please.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
Student Trustee aye. The rest are 7-0-0.
Okay, thank you. A motion approved unanimously, and thank you again to everybody for that, for the work you did and for that dialogue. Superintendent Androgenis, we're now back on to the regular agenda, so to speak, correct?
We are, although I do want to, because we only have a consent calendar for G business, G1 through 15.
Right.
I'm going to recommend that the board make a motion to approve items G1 through 13 and G15 so that student trustee Sarkeesian can vote on all of those items. And then to take G14 separately, because that involves, that has a tangential involvement with employees and he cannot vote on that item.
Agreed.
Okay.
And then
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, and this is, again, this is for consent calendar items G1 through 13.
13 and G15, yes.
15. Moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
It's advisory vote yes, and then 7-0-0.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now, Trustee Fellow, help me out on this one. Could we put G14 with H and save Alex's voice from one less roll call vote, or should we do those separately?
I'm going to have to leave you, Jim.
All
Just
right.
saying goodbye to
Bye,
checking
trustee.
out.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
I think those are resolutions. I think they have to be done separately.
All right.
Yeah, there's a reason they're where they are.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to next do G14, and this will be a roll call vote for everybody except the student trustee. Mr. Bucklehide.
Go. Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
Okay.
6-0 with one absence.
Motion
Did
carries.
did we actually have a motion on this?
That's what I was going to ask.
I don't think anyone made a motion on it.
We may not have. My mistake. Let's just do it over again. My
I moved to approve.
I
G14.
second.
Okay. Poor Alex, we're gonna make you do this again.
Rewind. Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
That is 6-0 and 1, sir.
Okay. Motion carries. One absent. And thank you again, Mr. Bucklehide. All right. We are now going to move on to the consent calendar H, which is personnel. And again, the student trustee does not vote on personnel matters. And do I hear a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
There's a question on the floor, sir, from Trustee Waugh, I believe.
Oh, my apologies, I missed that. Trustee Wah
Oh,
has her hand
so
up.
I was just going to
Discussion
do,
before
I was just going to give a shout out to Carol Calandra on the VRC interim. So I know she's worked hard and she's been a great advocate for our veterans, but carry on with the vote, please.
Okay, I'm gonna give her a hand clap. Thank you, Carol. Okay, we moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye. Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
601, sir.
Motion carries, one absent. Thank you again, Mr. Bucklehide. And we're going to go on to item I, which we've already
Nope, we're
covered.
going on to item J.
Yes, and I was just going to say, as we move through this calendar, Superintendent Androgenis, you'll kick me under the table.
Yep.
As you usually do when I get out of order. Okay, here we go. So we are on to item J, and these are action items for approval. And the first one, it's my great pleasure to nominate Trustee Linda Wah for the M. Dale Ensign Trustee Leadership Award. And do we have a nomination? A motion, pardon me.
Yes, I would
I-
like to nominate her. Yes.
And I would love to second that.
Okay. We have everybody lining up to have the chance to do this. Moved and seconded, and any discussion? Call
Yes.
for a vote.
Yes, I would like to.
You do have discussion.
I always want to discuss.
Trustee Brown.
So I am just so proud of that, our trustee. She has really been an example to us, all of us here at PCC. I remember when she first got on the board, our first meeting in Sacramento. I was hoping to go shopping during one of the conferences, and Linda looked at me and she said, "Well, Trustee Brown, we're just gonna have to put that off for after all the sessions." And you know, she was very serious. I have watched her throughout the years. She does not work for this. She's not looking for this nomination. She is just a hard working, dedicated trustee. And I really am proud to have her at PCC. So yes, I definitely would like to see her be nominated and get what she deserves.
Superintendent Androgenis, I saw your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to speak in favor as well. You know, Linda has just completed, or is just completing, a year as the president of the California Community College Trustees organization, which is a ton of work. She's done a ton of work, not to mention her involvement on statewide committees, financial aid task force, I mean, all kinds of things. And she's been instrumental in making sure that trustees on Thursdays at 12 o'clock every week have an opportunity to come together and get information on the pandemic, how our colleges are responding, the kinds of questions they should be asking. And so I think she really understands what trustees need to know. And as somebody who has been voluntold many times by Trustee Wah to be involved and to do things, you know, she's great. And I want to echo Trustee Brown's comments, because when I was applying for this position, I had several of my colleagues say to me, you know, because by the time you're halfway through an ACCT conference in the fall and in the spring too, you're just exhausted, you know. And so I was getting ready to go to the gala, which is always on the last night of that conference. And one of my colleagues said, you know, if you get that job at PCC, you're going to have to go to the gala every single time. Linda Wah likes to go to the gala. So that is her national reputation. And really, it's a good reputation to have, because essentially what she says to her colleagues and what she demonstrates through practice is when you go to a conference, you go to the conference, you go to sessions, you go and you listen to the keynotes, you go to the dinners, you go to the breakfasts that the college, the district has paid for. And that is the type of model trustee that this award was designed to honor. So.
Thank you, Superintendent Enderjonis, and Trustee Chen Lao, you are next.
Well, you know, certainly this month is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And I think that this nomination just comes at a right time, Linda, right? You know, to have you be the Asian American Community College trustee of all trustees, you know, I think it's just been, I think it's really well deserved. And I just think the timing of this really speaks to the work that you have done, you know, for community colleges, but also for the Asian American community. And, you know, the timing of this is just terrific. And I'm going to congratulate you early, because some people say it's an honor just to be nominated, right, Linda? But certainly we'll be rooting for you to get the award.
Thank you, Trustee Chen Lao. And if I could just pile on here, it was truly my honor to nominate you, Linda, and put this on the agenda. And Trustee Wah has been my mentor since I joined the board, and she has a unique way of mentoring people. What she does is she volunteers me for things, and puts me to work. And she's got me into all kinds of interesting activities as a result, which I greatly appreciate. And she's so deserving of this award, and the work that you've just completed as the CCLC president, and getting our Zoom meetings going, since all of our conference activities have now been sidelined, was really important way to keep the whole league together. And you know, the league here in California benefits, Linda, from all of your extra service and 25 trips a year to Sacramento. Our national group, the ACCT, they benefit from all of the work that you give them. But we here at PCC also benefit directly and indirectly by virtue of your involvement at the national level and at the state level to keep us informed as to what's going on in those areas. And also it makes you a more powerful advocate when we're in Sacramento, when we're in Washington, because of your stature in both of those groups. So thank you for all you do on behalf of the national organization, the state organization, but also right here at PCC. If there's no further comments, this has been moved and seconded.
Jim, can I make a comment?
You can. I see your hand is up. Now I'm going to put you on 30 seconds here.
Okay. Well, first of all, you guys, I mean, I am just so touched. I felt
just kidding.
Really embarrassed to do this, but I love Jim, and thank you for doing this. I always send this award to the board because I want us to nominate our faculty and get people recognized. But this is really an honor, and it's such an honor for me to hear from all of my fellow trustees. You know, I remember Berlinda and Tony and I came on the board almost the same time, and Berlinda and I were at conferences, and Berlinda was saying, "Oh my gosh, you just make me so tired running around, watching you run around." And as Jim and Erica said, yes, many of you have been the recipients of being voluntold, and so I know many of you are getting involved in committees that, you know, that's your own leadership too that is showing through. And so that's why I am so proud to be able to work with a board that is so exceptional. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Trustee Wah. And without further ado, I'm going to call for a vote. And again, this will be a roll call.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye, in all caps.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye. And thank you, guys.
Okay.
Trustee Martin is absent.
Well,
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
All right, that is the student trustee yes and 601, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buckelheid. Motion carries unanimously with one absent. And we are on to item J2, California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year nomination.
So this is an annual award, and each board of trustees has the option or has the ability to nominate and send forward the name of one individual. And you've been given 3 individuals, all of whom are part of the folks that are supporting our faculty in distance education. And so they have put forward 3 names and the nominations, but we can only send one forward as a board. So hopefully you all had a chance to review the nominations, and I think it's just up to you, just based on what you've seen there in the nomination packet, who would you like to send forward?
If possible, I would like this to be a unanimous vote. It doesn't have to be. And if we had that's just a suggestion. If a trustee had a strong feeling and a candidate that they would like to nominate, and we don't have to do it this way, but that would be my suggestion. Okay.
You also have the option, should you choose to do it, to not send anyone forward because you don't feel like you can make a choice among the 3. It was not for me to make the decision for you, which is why you have 3 nominees.
So do we have to do that today? Because
all
these folks.
Yeah, originally this was due back in March, but then because of COVID, they extended it to May 29th. So it either needs to be today or not at all, unfortunately. You do have at least 2 of the nominees have at least 10 or more years of service. The other one has been in service for a little bit over 2 years. So you could, look at years of service as potentially one of the dividing lines.
I guess I had misread this. I didn't realize that we were going to have to vote on just one. And I was thinking, wow, this is so great that we have 3 that we're going to send out there. So yeah,
the other option is we could put all 3 names in a hat and choose. If you believe that all 3 of them are equally deserving of the award, and I read through the nominations, they're all very strong, we could just put the names in a hat and choose it that way.
So there's no option for us to be able to vote, like I guess in a special session, to really look this over. I mean, gosh, I just feel like, if these names got submitted by their peers, and they certainly must have had some level of support and have done some amazing things. Gosh, it's so hard. As I said, I just didn't realize that we were going to have to make a decision to only pick one.
To try to help out, this is kind of tough to have to do this. One question I do have, the form says that the candidates need to have 5 years of experience, and I noticed one of the candidates
only has 2. Yeah, I just noticed that as well. Good point.
And then do our candidates have to compete with others, or they would win this award?
No, they have to compete. There's only one award across the state. So
Right.
this
So
becomes,
we need to put forth the strongest candidate that we possibly can, and there's more to it than years of service, but I suggest we should put somebody, one of the two candidates forward that has 5+ years of service. And I think that would be a stronger candidate. Appreciate the candidate that has only 2 years of service, but my guess is they would not, they might be DQ'd and not qualify for the award.
Right. And
Right.
and Alex, and just so you know, Alex just corrected me. It's actually 6 statewide awards. I apologize.
Okay,
6.
but it's still a competition.
But it's still a competition and
our
it's
candidate
based
has to
on,
compete
yeah.
with others. Okay.
And you have my very sincere promise that I will not put you in this position next year. I will manage this better.
Well, I was just so excited to see 3. I'm like, wow, we're really on it. We're gonna
Yeah.
have 3 people.
And I also noticed that all of the candidates are involved in distance learning, which is certainly timely.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to nominate Maureen Davidson.
Second,
Done.
I was just about to do that myself. Any
Call for the
discussion?
question, please.
Trustee Fellow, I missed your comment.
Call for the question.
Okay.
So I made a motion. We're waiting for a second.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide?
Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao. I believe you're muted, ma'am. Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
That is Student Trustee I 601, sir.
Okay, motion carries unanimously, 1 absent. And we have already done J3, correct?
We have done J3, yes.
All right. Okay, so we are on to item J4. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion before I call for a vote? Hearing none, roll call please, Mr. Bucklehide.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye.
Pardon me, let me interrupt. Trustee Chen Lao, did you have discussion? Pardon me.
No, no.
Okay, pardon me, call for a vote, roll call please.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
That's Student Trustee I 601.
Okay, motion carries 1 absent. Motion carries unanimously, 1 absent. We are on to J5, approve the adjustment to the 2020-2021 hourly unclassified employees hourly schedule. Do
Move
I
to
hear a
approve.
motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Student Trustee I 601.
Motion carries unanimously, 1 absent. And J6, authorization to transmit third quarterly financial status report.
I move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And do we have a presentation here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Bush, you're on.
Just briefly, this is our status at the end of March, and I want to caution that things have changed radically with COVID-19. This does not include any of our expenses for mitigating COVID-19 and really transitioning to our online formats. So we have about $2 million of extra expenses not reflected in here. And a lot of those expenses will be covered by the institutional portion of the CARES Act. And there are a few that are eligible for FEMA reimbursement, but that's a adventure in itself, filing a FEMA claim. We have state funding slightly down because we have our deficit on the student funding formula. And it was primarily in property tax, if you recall. So our revenue is down $6 million, but we have had savings in vacancies for our employees, and you'll see that up $2 million. We also received a STRS rebate of $1 million, and other operating services is down substantially at 2.5 million. So we're good at about 141,000. That concludes my report. And this was also presented to the Audit and Finance Committee.
Dr. Bush, I have one quick question on the local funding number and the negative 4.3 million variance. Could you just briefly explain that?
Yes, that's property taxes.
Okay, that's even though it goes up to the state and comes back to us.
Right, and if you recall,
local funding.
Yeah, the state had a generous estimate of our property taxes. And as even at the January proposed budget, the governor was backing off on what he felt the property taxes would come in at.
Okay. Any further questions by the trustees before I call for a vote?
I have a question. This is Sandra. My question is, Dr. Bush, can you just do a quick breakdown of how the CARES Act money is being spent or planned to being spent?
Certainly, I'd like to do that. That's not included in this report though, but the CARES Act comes in 3 different portions. We have our student grant portion, which Dr. Lebo and her staff have worked on how to distribute those emergency grants to students. And it has been quite an adventure because the rules kept on changing from the Department of Education. We had the law, and then the Department of Education overlaid some regulations. And you may be aware that the state chancellor has taken exception to those regulations and has filed a lawsuit. The institutional portion, we just recently were approved for the institutional portion, and that's about another 7.3 million. And we're the first call on the institutional portion is to reimburse or pay for expenses to deal with COVID-19. So the disinfecting of the campus, also transitioning to online education, including assigning instructors computers, and also we set up a lending library for our students that needed assistance with technology. The next part will go towards training of instructional faculty to convert or to enhance online education. And it's important to note the law states it must be instructional faculty. So our faculty members who are not involved in direct instruction would not qualify. Then the final bit of money can be used to enhanced student grants if we have any funds left over after that. Then we have a small grant of about $1 million, which we have applied for and have not heard the status yet, for being an HSI institution, a minority serving institution. We'll get an extra extra $1 million. And Dr. Levo just posted in the chat that they distributed 5,500 grants so far.
Thank you. That's really a wonderful to know, and kudos to Dr. Olivia and her team for serving the students in such time of need. And it's reassuring to know that, our students are getting some type of, funding and support from the college. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Chin Lau. Thank you, Dr. Bush. We have moved and seconded this item, so if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call for a vote. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau?
Your mic is off.
Trustee Chin Lau?
Trustee Chin Lau, your mic is off. We are on a roll call vote.
Oh, it's aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Wah?
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
Advisory vote yes, 6-0-1.
Motion carries unanimously, one absent. Okay. Our next item we've already discussed and voted on, the facilities master plan. So I'm going to move on to agenda item J8. This is to adopt resolution number 646 in opposition to xenophobia and affirming commitment to the safety of Asian American communities.
Move to approve.
Trustee Osterling?
Yes, Superintendent Androgianis.
I believe we have a public comment to be read into the record for this item.
All right, we'll start with the public comment, and then we'll go to motions and discussion.
Thank you. Public comment follows. From the moment that Pasadena City College has gone remote in light of the pandemic, much work has been done to ensure that students, faculty, and staff feel safe. For the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees, or CAPE, that work includes ensuring that our Asian Pacific Islander, DESI, American students and employees are not neglected as they learn of incidents of hate and prejudice against persons of Asian descent in light of COVID-19. Some incidents have resulted in fear, anxiety, injury, and even death. Several incidences have been reported to PCC's Vice President of Student Services and to campus police. CAPE decided to take the first step to pass a resolution denouncing these hate crimes and xenophobia. After reaching out to other campus organizations and to Dr. Cynthia Olivo, CAPE President Dr. Tuktuk Tongtaraj gained campus-wide support for the resolution. As a result, the Association of Latino Employees, ALE, the Association of Black Employees, TABE, and the statewide Latinx coalition, Colejas, co-signed CAPE's resolution. Additionally, PCC's Academic Senate passed a similar resolution in support of CAPE's efforts. As ALE President Carlos Tito Altamirano writes, this resolution represents an example of resistance to racist nativism, and as a focused employee association, we feel it is in critical moments like these, and for our work moving forward, that we stand with you on this matter. ALE fully supports this resolution. By adopting resolution number 646, the Board of Trustees affirms that Pasadena City College values, includes, and supports the Asian Pacific Islander DESI American community. Thank you, and it's signed Dr. Tuktuk Tongtaraj, Interim Dean, English Division, Pasadena City College.
Okay, we'll go to a motion and then discussion, if any.
Move to approve.
Okay, moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this item?
I would like to make a comment, President Osterling.
Okay, Trustee Wah.
I want to thank Dr. Thongtaraj and also Dr. Olivo for this resolution, and of course, Dr. Androgenis, who has always been so supportive as soon as this resolution came out. So this anti-hate resolution came from several API groups, but San Jose Evergreen was one of the first to adopt such a resolution. And it came from their faculty. And when it got circulated throughout the community colleges, I think everyone was immediately understood the issues that the API community was facing. I know Trustee Chen Lao also made comment and forwarded support links, resource links. So CAPE just really took some strong leadership under Dr. Thongtaraj and moved this forward. And Dr. Olivo helped build this coalition of support. So I want to thank everyone who did support this. And it's extremely important to the API community, and especially as we are located in the San Gabriel Valley, which you know is one of the largest, probably the largest API population in the nation.
Thank you, Trustee Waugh. Any other discussion? I'll just quickly add thank you to Kate and Dr. Olivo for bringing this forward, but I also want to thank the other employee groups that stepped up in support of it. And if there's no further comments, we're going to call for a vote here. And roll call vote, please, Mr. Buckelheide.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow?
Tony, you're on mute and the roll call vote is up to you.
Aye. Aye.
Student Trustee I, 601.
Motion carries unanimously, one absent. Moving on to agenda item J9. This is to adopt resolution number 647 in recognition of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning Pride Month, which is June of 2020. Do I hear a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
You guys need to go to bed or what?
So President Osterling, I just want to say, I want to thank Dr. Androgenis for always putting these resolutions before the board. I know when I called for support because the Board of Governors was going to be approving the equity and the anti-hate resolution at their own meeting last Monday. When I called to districts to see where there was support, some districts, it was interesting, they had a comment, they said, well, we don't take a stand on any of these because we support everything. But I think sometimes you just have to stand out and really affirm your support. And as Dr. Androgenis is our first LGBTQ president, and also one of the founders of the LGBT caucus in the community college system, I just want to thank her for making sure that this resolution got put on the table and got recognized by our board.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support.
And
I'll
Trustee Silver, please.
Yeah, I just want to say I think it is really important to stand up against hate at all times and to voice it, even though, of course, we would always feel that way. I think voicing it and putting it in writing is very important.
Thank you. And I'll just add to that, I heartily support this resolution, but also want to thank Dr. Androgenis for bringing this forward, for being a strong voice in this area, and for your involvement at the national level in this movement. And I will make a call for a roll call.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
Student Trustee I, 601.
All right, motion carries unanimously, one absent. We're now moving on to item J10. This is to adopt resolution number 648 in support of student success and equity in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Move to
First of all,
approve.
do I hear a motion?
Move
Second.
to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
So President Osterling, I just want to comment that this resolution was put together by the joint caucuses at the community college. It was initiated first from the anti-hate, and the community colleges recognized, the caucuses recognized that there was a need to adopt a resolution to recognize and affirm support of equity for all of our students. In a recent call to the Washington trustees, we found that not only were the API students being assaulted and harassed, but then this was now being extended to the African American students. So thank you again to Dr. Androgenis for quickly, as soon as this resolution was adopted at the Board of Governors and also across the joint caucuses, Dr. Androgenis was very open to immediately put this on our agenda. So I think this is a great, so I just want to thank Dr. Androgenis and all of our board for reviewing this.
And I need to give credit where credit is due. Half of the reason we get all of these organized is because of Alex Buckelhide. You know, he gets lots of emails from me. This needs to go on the board. This needs to go on the board. So he's the one who's always making sure that we have what we need, that it's well worded, that it's appropriate, and covers all the bases that I know you all want to cover. So hats off to him too.
Okay, thank you, Alex and Dr. Androgenis. And if no further discussion, I will call for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Student Trustee aye, and 601.
Motion carries unanimously, one absent. And moving on to item J11. This is to adopt resolution number 649 in recognition of foster care and foster family recognition month, which is May of 2020. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I just want to point out that, you know, we do a lot of work with former foster youth, former foster youth. And so we're always working with the other side of the equation. But what this resolution does is recognize that there are really valuable and needed foster families who do the work of getting kids through a really tough situation, and then we get to help them in the next stage. So this is kind of the precursor to what we get to do with our students.
Thank you. And any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for a roll call vote for item J11.
Student Trustee Sarkeesian.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Chin Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Student Trustee aye, 601.
Okay, motion carries unanimously, one absent. Moving on to agenda item K, and K1 is a study session on board goals.
So these are your goals that you all talked about at your January board retreat. And then they've gone through some iteration, you know, some editing, and I apologize for taking a while to get them here, but we had a little emergency happening. So, but anyway, so these are the goals for you all to talk about in preparation for them being on the June board meeting agenda for approval.
Okay. Trustees, the board goals are listed. We've discussed this previously to get to this point. Is there, and again, this is just an information item that will appear for our vote at our next month's board meeting. Is there any discussion or requested changes before we then go to the votes next month? Okay, well, thank you for everybody for putting these board goals together over time. And again, these will be on next month's board meeting for approval by the board. Thank you, Superintendent Androgenis.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item K2, which is the governor's budget update. Do we have a presentation on this?
Yes, we do, from our very own Dr. Bush.
Okay.
Hey, give me a second. I have to share my screen and switch it out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I'm not very good at this stuff, but they keep on trying to train me. Okay. Thank you, trustees. I have some sobering news to share with the board this evening. It's some difficult news, but I don't believe it's a surprise to anyone. This evening, I'd like to talk about the impact of the economic downturn on the state, highlight some positive notes of the May revised, because there are positive notes, then discuss the reduction to Prop 98, and then the governor's solutions that he's using to address 98. And finally, the impact on the budget calendar. This is unlike any budget I've seen in my 27 years of doing this. Okay. First of all, you've heard a lot. First, we thought we might have a V recession, a very sharp down and a sharp back up. That boat has sailed. We've gone, the damage to the economy and the damage to unemployment is just too severe to be able to have a rapid recovery. So now the debate, is it a U or an L, or as the Wall Street Journal likes to use the phrase, a swoosh, a Nike swoosh, meaning it's a steep decline and then a slow recovery, similar to 2008. There's some key economic indicators that the LAO and the Department of Finance track. And these are economic indicators that also tie to taxes. So they look at wages and salaries. If it's a U, you can see how it'll recover more rapidly. If it's an L, it's going to continue to slide. Payroll jobs, the U recovers a little more rapidly, but they're pretty close. The taxable sales, the L is certainly a lot slower. And then the S&P 500. And why do we track that? Because our progressive tax system is very dependent on high wage earners and capital gains. So they want to know what the S&P, because when the stock market's not doing well, our top 1% of taxpayers are also not doing well and not paying taxes. So the biggest thing with all of those scenarios is the amount of time we're going to have for a recovery. These are negative for the state, the multi-year state budget deficits. And you can see under all scenarios, or under both scenarios, the budget problem goes out to 23-24. So what we're looking at now for a budget issue is going to repeat itself in the out years. And notice that this bar here is a carry forward deficit from our current year. So next year's deficit is to this point, and they're expecting 21 to 22 to be worse and then start to improve. So this is a multi-year problem, and we need to keep that in mind with our budget, because we are going to have multi-year challenges and we need to look at solutions that are more long-term. Okay, the January revenue estimates revised. So since January, our sales and use tax have gone down by 27.2%. Our personal income tax is down 25.5%. And our corporation taxes are down 22.7% in this state. That is causing a decrease in the Prop 98 guarantee of 23% since last year's Budget Act of 2019. And in particular for community colleges, it's down about 1.1 million. And you'll see different forecasts from the Department of Finance or from the LAO, and they're just different models they're using on the forecast, and a lot of it depends on the workload budget. Are they holding the expenses flat, or like the LAO, or are they saying, like the Department of Finance, we have all these added expenditures for COVID-19, so we're going to increase our workload? Both are valid models. Just keep in mind they're different. The positive notes: the Serafine building was reappropriated in the governor's language. So Lon up at the chancellor's office, she did us a solid, lobbied the Department of Finance to reappropriate, and it's reappropriated as a construction phase. There's a handful of projects that went forward reappropriated as a construction phase. This is also a very good jobs type investment by the state. It will put some great jobs on the street early summer, and we'll be going. There's STRS and PERS relief. The governor he was going to buy down the liability, the overall liability, which would have been slower reductions in PERS and STRS, similar to what he did last year. But instead, he took the 1.1 billion and is offsetting our rates for the 2 years. So rather than doing a long-term buy down the liability, he's given short-term relief for districts. And for PERS will also be for cities and states employees. EOPS and DSPS received level funding. They're some of our most needy students. And in the past recession, those programs got hit by up to 40% at one point. So we have level funding there, but both the STRS and PERS relief and the EOPS, DSPS level funding comes at the expense of other programs, but because keep in mind, it's a pie, and it depends on how you cut it. If someone's getting a larger slice, someone else is getting a smaller size. Okay, there's proposed reductions will be reserved if there is federal relief. The latest federal relief was termed the HEROES Act. The Governor Newsom has put in his budget language that if the state receives federal money under the HEROES Act, that he will reverse many of these reductions he's proposing. And it also continues the California College Promise for our students to have 2 years of tuition free. And it continues the Student Success Completion Grant, which adds additional financial aid for some of our students. That being said, the Student Center funding formula does have a little bit of relief in it. They're using adjusted 1920 rates. So they didn't come up with new rates or change the rules. They're just adjusting all the rates downward. It extends the hold harmless for another 2 years until 23, 24, which is good for the system, not that great for PCC because we were one of the more successful districts. So if we were paid at our minimum guarantee, it'd be $5 million less for us. This is a unique one that we're working through on our current year. It utilizes past year's data sources that have not been impacted by COVID-19. You may have heard me speak that the state's planning on paying us off of our P1. Well, they sent us the waiver. Dr. Anajanis and I signed the waiver. We've submitted the waiver. And now Crystal and I are trying to figure out what does that mean? Because we basically, what the number we put on our P1 report for student FTS, they're going to pay us for. And then the success data is all prior year data. The California Community College Proposition 98 funding, this is just a quick overview of the numbers where it says, you know, 18-19 went up by less than 2%, less than 1%, 0.02%. The 19-20 current year is declining by 4.6%. And 2021 is declining by 6.1%. So the state has a need to lower our funding for current year. And during the Great Recession, they came up with a trick called a deferral. And the cash deferrals that we're going to receive in 1920 they're going to defer $330 million that they would have normally paid us in June, the system-wide in June of this year. They're going to defer it to 2021. But because we're government and not private enterprise, we can do this silly trick they have where we can book it as a district as revenue in 1920, but in the state books the liability in 2021. And for some of us that remember years past, that kind of sounds like Enron, but this is government, so they do it. Okay. That is our June apportionment money. They're going to defer it. I first want to commend Hedva. She is an outstanding cash manager. Her background in private enterprise, she manages cash. She said, no problem this year. We got it. Next year, it goes up to $662 million that they're going to take. I'm sorry, I have a typo here. Our 2021 year, and we're going to move it to 21-22. They are moving part of our April, our May, and our June cash to the following year. We don't have that one solved yet, but I'm sure we will, and it's going to take some pretty good cash management because in April, May, and June, we have payrolls that we need to cover. So let's look at the reductions to the Prop 98. The student center funding formula is going down $588 million or 8%. Student equity and achievement, also we call it the C money, is going down $85 million or 15%. Strong workforce went from 248 million down to 100 million. That's a 56% reduction. Physical plant and instruction went from 13 million to nothing. It's a 100% reduction. Adult education is a 10% reduction, and part-time faculty office is 27% reduction. This is not from the January proposal. This is from what we received current year and what they're going to say we receive next year. So what does this all mean to us? For us, it means we're going to get $6.6 million deferred at the end of this year. And at the end of next year, we'll get 13.2 million. And deferrals of $19 million is better than a cut of $19 million, but this is not a free lunch. It is a huge cash flow problem. And it's once again building that wall of debt that Jerry Brown spent his second stay in the Capitol getting rid of that wall of debt, paying down the wall of debt. He used to talk about every year paying down the wall of debt. So that will come back later to be dealt with. Then we have reductions to the student center funding formula, our largest funding source for the general fund. We're going to lose $11.8 million. We have to reduce next year's general fund budget by 11.8 million. C money is going down 1.1 million, and we need to reduce the budget there. Strong workforce, we're losing 618,000, and that budget needs to be addressed. Our instructional equipment and deferred maintenance, we're going to get zero. So we're going to have to figure out two things. How are we going to fund instructional equipment? And two, how are we going to take care of deferred maintenance? Adult education is going down 190,000. Part-time faculty office hours going down 137,000 for a total reduction next year of 14,243,000. We're going to get $500,000 in cost avoidance on our PERS and STIRS, so we can credit that back in. But the total impact of this budget on our district is $33,583,000. The budget calendar, because the state moved the income tax deadline to July 15th, they really do not know what the personal income tax numbers are. When it was April 15th, to have a May revise on May 14th was not that bad because they knew what the taxes were. They also, property taxes, Governor Newsom signed an order that there's no penalties if you pay them late, and they're trickling in. So the state will not know their true budget for next year until mid-July. So they've done a couple of things. They're going to sign a budget by the constitutional deadline at the end of June, but then they're going to have a mini session where they do budget adjustments the end of July, and then we then need to submit our tentative budget now by August 1st. So where before we used to do our tentative budget in June, we'll now be doing our tentative budget in July to the board. We have to make available for public inspection of our prior year receipts and expenditures, or when we close the books. That was always a September event. It's now at the end of October. Public hearing on our adopted budget has moved from September to October. Complete the annual financials was September, is now November 15th, and it goes, everything slides until our audit, which is normally done in December, will not be done now until February. It is important to note, these are our reporting deadlines. This is not when our fiscal year begins. Our fiscal year still begins July 1. So we need to deal with those budget deficits by July 1, have a plan in place, and then looking to adjust that plan in August, depending on what happens with the federal government and what happens with the tax receipts. Okay, is there any questions? Trustee Brown?
Just wondering, did we get this presentation or not? And if so, can we get a copy of this?
Yes, you can get a hard copy. I apologize because I was literally checking numbers today. It has been very fluid.
It's okay. I just need to, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, we'll make sure that everybody gets sent a copy, and it will be part of the record in board docs as well. So it'll be in more than one place. Yeah.
So when should I look for it?
Mike will be able to send it out tomorrow.
Okay, great. So I could see where we will be having a very serious problem with cash flow.
Yes, yes.
My gosh, this is horrible.
It is. And as we've shared before, we're one of the more financially resilient districts. So for a system, this is very, very challenging as we look towards it. The other issue to point out, the governor said no reductions in the number of students we serve. Our target remains the same. So in past years, the state would say, we're reducing your FTS target, and then you would be able to take some of those expenses out of the instructional program and some of them out of the support for the instructional program, the non-instructional 50%. This time, we leave instruction whole, which is good for access for our students, but it means all the cuts to the college are borne on the non-50% side.
You're muted, Trustee Esslin.
Any other questions from the trustees? I had one comment and one question. Just in general, when you see these presentations by Dr. Bush or others, and you look at statewide numbers, Dr. Bush, the PCC percentage of a statewide community college is 2.1%?
Roughly 2%.
Roughly.
It depends on if it's just head count number or if it's a special populations number. We run about 2% of the system. Yeah. And the system is just under 11% of Prop 98.
Yeah, so that's just a general rule of thumb for all of us. When we hear about these statewide numbers, we're 2.something% of that. And then Dr. Bush, if you could go back to your slideshow briefly, I wanted to ask a question on just one slide. It was about the third from the last, approximately. If you go backwards, I'll let's see. Go to the slide before that. Yeah, thank you. So on these deferrals, and then where you tallied up the two deferrals and came up with the total, actually that's further down from here. You had the 330 and the 662, and then you showed our impact. So that'd be that last slide there. So the total of the two deferrals is approximately $20 million to PCC. And then you added that to the 14 million for all of those other reductions. And then our total impact is the 33,500,000. And my question is, that total impact is in what fiscal year?
That would be the 2021 fiscal year.
Yeah. So the 2020 to the 2021 fiscal year end, which ends on June 30th of 2021. And that's my question is how those deferrals work and why both of, if we're deferring 19 to 20 and 20 to 22, why are we getting both of those in that one fiscal year?
We're not. That's a good point. This is the May revise. During his May revise, he changed the current year appropriation for Prop 98. So this reflects the governor's proposals, the actions he wants the state to take. He needs to lower the Prop 98 guarantee for current year. And he's going to do it through a deferral. And then because we then receive that money in 2021, he needs to defer that plus more. So it kind of compounds. So if he can,
that was my question. It is compounding. The deferral from 1920 into 2021 is compounded and added to the next deferral.
Right.
Yes.
And if he elects to do it the following year, you would expect it to be at the 19-20 million level for just that year.
Okay.
And every time the deferral grows, he takes more months of appropriation he's deferring.
Understood. So if I said it a different way, if I said that the 6.6 from 19 and 20 that isn't being deferred 1 year into our next fiscal, it's being deferred even beyond that.
Yes.
It's 2 years and possibly more.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the wall of debt that keeps on building that Jerry Brown preached against.
Okay, so we know for sure those two deferrals will both hit us in fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Siller?
So on the deferral, is there any date by which the state must pay for that money?
No, they don't, there's not, currently there's no law that there's not a trailer bill that says the date we will receive it. In past deferrals, they actually had a date we would receive it by. The question isn't that the state doesn't have the cash. They want to lower the Prop 98 guarantee. So I believe we will receive it in July. It just, they haven't written the trailer bill yet or passed the law.
So that's what I at first thought a deferral was, is that your fiscal year ends June 30th and they just pop it over to July 1st and you're really only deferred a day. So
well, no, not really a day. It's this one will be about 45 days. It's part of May and all of June. They're not going to give us our money, and they'll give it to us in July. The following year, it's going to be part of April, all of May, and all of June, and then they'll give it to us in July. So we have to have the cash to pay our employees at the end of April, at the end of May, and at the end of June, and then we'll get made whole in July. So it's not a revenue issue on our books. It's a cash issue. If it was private enterprise, we'd be booking a huge receivable.
Mm-hmm.
But and in finance we have to look at it as a receivable, but that's not the way the government accounting works. They tell us to book it, but there's no cash. There's not the backside of the revenue transaction.
Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any further questions? Thank you. Dr. Bush, thank you for that sobering presentation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bush.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to agenda item K3, which is our superintendent president's report.
Okay, well, thank you. And, I just want to start off by saying that Alex Sarkeesian is right. We need a lot of tissue for tonight because it is his last meeting. And I am very sorry to have him, to know that he's not going to be our trustee, but I'm very excited for him going off on his way. And I'm sure he'll talk to us a little bit about what that is. But I do want to say thank you for being a great student trustee. In fact, he did me a favor and put his cell phone number into my cell phone, and it's my favorite trustee. So I'll always know how to find Alex in my contact list. But for tonight, I just wanted to say our summer schedule has been posted and our registration begins May 28th. We are fully online so that we can support social distancing. But we are all ready to serve people, admissions and records, counseling, pathways, first year experience, financial aid, everyone. We're here to meet our students' needs, even whether it's online, remote, however you want to call it. We are in uncharted territory though, because it's one thing to take the semester you're in and transition it online. It's another to throw an entire online semester or term up there and see who shows up. So we will see. At the same time, we're also finalizing the fall schedule, which will be largely online, but we will have face-to-face classes for those classes we cannot transition to online for various reasons. The deans and Dr. Junie are currently working on a list to detail the classes and programs that need face-to-face instruction, because for us, it's not just about how many classes do we need to have here on campus, but also how do we ensure social distancing? So what is the schedule going to look like? How are we going to clean up the classrooms? How are we going to do all of that? So it's a little more complicated. I know K-12 is looking at this. How can they figure out how to schedule the beginning and end of classes and school so that maybe everybody isn't arriving at the same time, those kinds of things. So there's a lot to be worked out, and we're working on it. And I'll provide more updates as I can. Because of the budget picture that you have just seen, our faculty obligation number for the coming year has been drastically reduced. It was kind of at 21 or 25 down to 17. Now it's about maybe 5, but I believe we so far have identified 7 or 8 faculty, some of whom are on tonight's agenda. So, but all faculty hiring has stopped at this point. One position we will need to fill is our nursing pediatric nursing position, because we are required to have a full-time faculty member in peds in order to maintain our BRN, our Board of Registered Nursing accreditation and ability to have a nursing program. Alex forwarded you a report on the economic impact of PCC on our community. And I think you saw in that PCC is responsible for $601 million in annual economic activity in our region. PCC supports nearly 6,000 jobs annually through direct services and economic effects. 1 out of every 54 jobs in the district is supported by the activities of PCC and its students. And there's an estimated annual return of nearly 17.5% for PCC students realizing the value of their education. So there'll be more details on that as we get the full report. But it's very encouraging in terms of what our impact is on our local community. We did 2 recent events with Congressman Adam Schiff. Last Friday, we had a community town hall on COVID-19 and education, and that I was fortunate to get to moderate that town hall. And Alex Sarkeesian, Dion Shelton, and Frida Ramirez shared their stories, asked questions. We also took questions from folks on YouTube not YouTube, on Facebook, both our Facebook as well as Congressman Schiff's. And I think at one point we had 8,500 people involved in that town hall. And then yesterday, Congressman Adam Schiff did a forum with the Jewish anti-hunger group Maison, and our own Lancer Pantry staffer, Marissa De La Torre, spoke about hunger on our campus. And really, it was our great exposure to a national advocacy audience, including the legal group Public Counsel. And as you know, we were part of the formulation of Congressman Schiff's Food for Thought bill last summer. I know that's probably not on the top of everyone's mind, but it's still a pretty important issue in terms of making sure that our students, our food insecure students, have access to food. The PCC Foundation recently announced a new program with the Posey Family Foundation for nursing student loans. These are low interest loans to students in our registered nursing and licensed vocational nursing programs. The initial commitment from the Posey Foundation is $250,000, and we fully expect that that's going to increase, and great opportunity to help support our nurses. And Mr. Posey already supports our students with various forms of aid in terms of supplies and I think NCLEX exam fees and all kinds of things. So this is just yet another way that our program is being supported. Tomorrow, our Pathways First Year Experience, or Pathways for All, is hosting its first virtual open house. And I am happy to report that 1,500 students are confirmed as registered for that open house. So basically what our folks are doing is they are taking our incoming students and their parents on a guided tour of PCC and its programs. Last year, our in-person event had more than 2,000 attendees, including 700 parents. And if we're already at 1,500, I think that speaks volumes to how hard the Pathways folks have worked to transition. You know, that's pretty forward thinking to see back in March, hey, we may not be able to do Pathways face-to-face, and so they have a virtual option. So that's exciting. And at last count, I think at least 700 had already signed up for pre-registration workshops, meaning they're already ready to come to the open house and then do what they need to do to get registered for classes. In June, I just want to say that our kinesiology division will be hosting a virtual 5K run. And it's just having individuals commit to run their own 5K on Friday, June 12th, Saturday, June 13th, or Sunday, June 14th. And it's a fundraiser for the PCC Foundation and our programs. And on June 12th at noon, now June 12th would have been our graduation. We're going to have a virtual event because usually at our graduation, we recognize the RISER Awards. So we're going to do the RISER Awards virtually. But we're also going to do a new set of honors for folks across the campus who have gone, as we say, above and beyond. And this was an award we used to give. We did 6 of these a year at Los Angeles Valley College. So I'm a big fan of the CASE method, copy and steal everything. So we have brought over the Above and Beyond Awards, and I'm happy to say that one of them, because they each have a name, one of them is the Semper Gumby Award. So we will see who is Semper Gumby, or who has been this last year. And it's really to recognize folks who have gone above and beyond with outstanding service to the college. And ideally, you know, every college, I think, needs to have events where we recognize the great work that's being done. So I'm excited, even though it won't be a face-to-face event this year, really excited that we'll be recognizing that along with the RISER Awards on June 12th. And that is my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Androgenis. We're going to move on now to agenda item L, which is announcements. And this is going to be announcements first by our shared governance representatives, and then we'll follow that by the Board of Trustees. So on shared governance, let's see who we have out there. I see, who do we have for classified today? I saw Rochelle earlier, but I don't see him in the gallery right now. Is he here? He is. Rochelle, are you going to report out on the classified today?
I don't have any announcements.
Okay. Thank you, Rochelle. And next we have, you know what, and I missed our Associated Students, President Dion Shelton.
Hello, everyone. So right now we have the spring elections currently going on. This was the first week of campaigning. So the students who are running for the executive board positions have created Instagram pages solely for their campaigning of their positions. we had a town hall last week with health services, personal counseling, and the Freeman Center to talk about the resources that they have available for students virtually. It was the second installment of our virtual town halls. There will be a third installment coming in the first week of June regarding financial aid commencement and I think one last counselor counseling session, or like having a representative from academic counseling to answer any final questions before we end our term. I think that's as far for events from AS. I think that's it. I also just want to say again, thank you to Alex Sarkissian, our student trustee. I know this is your last meeting and it's really sad, but also I am excited for you and your future. And I thank you for your leadership in this time, especially because this time is such a unique time. I thank you for being resilient and just always putting students first. So thank you.
Thank you, President Dion. Next, we're going to go to Management Association, and I see Tito Altamirano out there. Take it away, sir.
Yes, you do. Thank you very much. I'd like to actually start off by thanking John Gillette, who's our Associate Dean of Learning Resources, and Ernesto Neri, who's our Assistant Director of Financial Aid, who actually are both leaving our college, and just wishing them both the best in their future endeavors. But second, I'd like to welcome to the management ranks Ocean Karami, who's the Acting Supervisor for Facility Services, and Carol Calandra, who's our Interim Director of the VRC, as Trustee Wall mentioned earlier. And although, again, you are joining us in uncommon times, we know that their skills and leadership will be what we need in their respective areas during this time. And I really do feel that I must mention a few managers who in the last weeks have truly served our students most in need through working with the CARES Act and our own emergency aid distribution. In Manuel Cerda, Director of Financial Aid, Dr. Micaela Mares Tamayo, Director of Student Equity, Rebecca Cobb, our Dean of Student Life, and Armando Duran, Dean of Counseling. Again, as it's been highlighted today in various topics, again, the direct services that are provided to our students, led by these managers, have been of much need. And lastly, I'd like to thank our entire management team for their work in continually serving our students by supporting our staff and faculty. With the majority of staff and faculty primarily working remotely, their connection to the staff has been more important than ever. But not surprisingly, they've risen to the occasion. And now as we are slowly returning to campus, we will continue to support our staff to ensure that the goals and the mission of the college continue to be met. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Tito. And Academic Senate, we have Dr. Matt Hennis. You are up, sir.
I am. Hello. Well, first off, the Accreditation Standing Committee is moving forward with its work of reviewing the self-study draft. The introduction and standards 2 and 3 are on our accreditation website for review and feedback if you'd like to see it. And I guarantee you, however long you've been associated with PCC, you will learn something if you read that. And I'm sure Trustee Brown can attest to that. She's been joining us in those meetings, and it's been nice to have her.
I've read them all too.
Yeah, it's an experience, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Many faculty have registered for a self-paced DE training course that I think you've heard about earlier this evening that was developed by PCC personnel, so we can continue to meet our students' needs as we move into summer and fall. Because of faculty interest, College Council will have the opportunity next month to resurrect a sustainability committee that will directly make recommendations to College Council according to its updated charge, should it be approved by College Council. The Academic Senate has taken several actions during the last 2 meetings, the last one of which, I tell you, it rivals the Board of Trustees meetings in length. But I'll share with you just a few of them. One you already heard about was the passing of a resolution renouncing hate crimes and microaggressions against Asians and Pacific Islanders due to misguided fears because of the COVID-19 situation. And I, for one, was heartened that we were able to shine light on the situation and to raise awareness for this important issue. We also passed a resolution this week in support of quality of instruction during the remote learning period. And we also approved a grading policy for this term that takes students' needs into account. In other news, though, there was a vote regarding the calendar. And in a close vote, the Academic Senate passed a motion that was actually in favor of keeping winter in the calendar. But for those of you who have been here long enough, you'll know that the fact that the vote was close indicates that we're in a different place than we were several years ago. On the flip side of that, today the calendar committee, which I co-chair along with Dr. Juni, did approve a calendar format for 21-22 that features a spring that starts early in January and concludes in early May. The committee still has some work to do to work out the details as far as summer dates, but before it comes to you for approval. Finally, tonight the board approved the hiring of 7 permanent faculty members, so congratulations to our new hires. And we also say goodbye to Professors Corder, Edom, Lee, Shakayan, and Borzak, who's retiring after 24 years of service. And that's my bit.
Thank you, Matt. We're going to move on to the trustee.
Sandra has her hand up.
Okay, trustee Chen Lao.
Hi, I have a question for Matt. You know, would you know, and certainly I understand that you may not be able to speak for all the faculty, but what is the sense in terms of having to teach online, and how has that transition been for faculty? If you can speak to that.
In a word, it's been rough.
Mm-hmm.
We've had to learn new skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had to kind of re-envision what teaching and learning means and looks like. We've had to also re-envision what it means to connect with students, especially when we don't necessarily get to see them. Even if we're in like holding asynchronous Zoom meetings, they don't all have cameras. They may not have cameras turned on. And so there's kind of that distance factor there. What I've heard, though, by and large, is that a lot of folks are rising to the occasion. They are meeting the needs that they feel that their students have. But I will say that the degree to which that's happening based on anecdotal stories that I've heard varies. What I can say is I think that where we are now is a better place than where we were a month ago in terms of delivering quality instruction. And I mean, I see that improving as the months go on, because this will last for a while. So I'm going to say it's been rough and it's been mixed, but I think that folks are making a good faith effort and you know, trying to meet students' needs.
Thank you for that candid response. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we are going to move on to trustees, and we will start with our intrepid student trustee, Alex Sarkissian.
Alrighty, I have a few notes, and I know Trustee Martin loved my long reports, and I'm just so sad he's not here to get probably the longest one. I'll try to be quick. But yeah, so just personally, this past month on a statewide level, I currently serve as the vice chair for the Student Trustee Caucus in California for community colleges, and I'm organizing a new student trustee workshop just to get some, preliminary training for a lot of these incoming trustees that, could have been beneficial for me to get early on, and especially now that they, even if there were trainings in place at their own colleges, they may not be getting. So that's something I plan on doing. I'm planning on doing during my lame duck period. And then also myself, Frida, and Dion attended a wonderful webinar at Adam Schiff and really got to speak to him about the student experience, just everything happening right now. Last Friday, I had 3 of these amazing trustees attend an ad hoc committee meeting discussing the facilities master plan and it was about 6 students, and we just went in depth about it, and it was a really, really wonderful discussion because of the great feedback. I'll be having another meeting this Friday at 2 p.m. And Trustee Chenla will be attending, and I send an email to all of you if any of you want to attend. And this is just a public meeting where some of the students can, they have been studying up on these things, can discuss how they feel. As Dion mentioned, Trustee Tuesday is not happening, but Trustee Friday is happening. And it will be next Friday at noon via Zoom. Trustee Osterling, Watt, and Silver will be attending. And this will kind of be a year in review, or not really a year, I guess the past 3 months in review of, what PC really got right and what we can improve on in the coming months, and just an open discussion with students. It's going to be an Eventbrite to ensure that everyone in attendance is a PC student as well. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. And just to get sentimental, when I started this position, I definitely did not think, or when I started at PCC, I definitely did not think I would ever be in something like this. And when even just deciding to run for this position, the previous student trustee, Zainab Rad, told me, like, Alex, you are a mouse. You cannot be a mouse in this role and stuff. He told me you need to speak up because I am more of a quiet person at times, and I have my opinions, but I don't always say them. And that was something I've continued this year. So I have a few thank yous. I'll try to keep them brief, but I just want to, but honestly, I just say this not out of to take more of your time, but because I appreciate all of everything each of you have done for me. So Trustee Chen Lao, I thank you for being an amazing seatmate and an amazing selfie partner. At that first meeting, Trustee Chen Lao took a selfie with me, and the AS board did not let me forget it, just because it was such a just relatable, chill moment. Trustee Martin, even though he's not here, I thank him for attending my meeting and just respect. I'm exhausted after 1 year. I can't imagine his many years of service to his school, but see what, why he keeps coming back. Trustee Wah, I've said it before, I'll say it again, you are the Meryl Streep of PCC. And, we nominated you for one award today. You're gonna be nominated for an Oscar down the road. And I just want to thank you for having my back, being a mentor in so many ways. Trustee Silver, I know you're new, but I thank you so much for your excitement and that brief Zoom call with you. I could just tell how ready you were to serve the students and how patient you were as I told you everything about Associated Students. Trustee Osterling, I will never forget us getting Persian food together and the fact that you will finish your plate no matter what is in front of you. And that is
so true.
That is something that I will honestly continue to think about anytime I eat anything. So I just want to thank you again for your just leadership this year too. Trustee Brown, you have taught me to speak. Trustee Brown, you have taught me to speak up no matter how I feel and to speak my mind. And there have been a lot of times where we're in a little committee meeting or even on trips, and Trustee Brown's the one who says the thing that's on everyone's mind in the best way. And I respect you so much. As the Associate of Students loves you. And and you're always just so happy to see me at every meeting. That just made me excited for any meeting. Trustee Fellows, thank you also for attending my events. And I think you have taught me to, take it easy every once in a while, maybe go to Italy or something like that. And just the fact that you're a professor too on top of it is wild. And I know Trustee Hillsman is not here, but he also taught me so much this year, and that everything is politics no matter what. And even though I'm not a political person, that I need to be aware of the politics around me because it affects everyone around me. On the administration side, Dr. Bush, thank you for having the most fun meetings. Honestly, like on AS, we always look forward to those. Dr. Junie and Mr. Belinsky, thank you so much for being excited about all the gifts. They were like always the most #1 excited people whenever I brought like a dollar store necklace and stuff, and that just kept me going, Carlos, Tito, I just want to thank you for being such a just relatable and approachable resource to students. I think that's something huge to have on the administration side. Dr. Hennis, earlier in this year when Urani, our VP for Academic Affairs, started, I told her, I'm like, Dr. Hennis is cool. He'll be good. He's one of the cool ones. We'll have a good time. And again, just being a really relatable, chill administrator for students to talk to. Dr. Levo, you have done so much for students. I mean, I can't even fit it into here. And, you know, the fact that you do so much and make it look so easy and just look flawless while doing it is amazing. So just thank you for all of that. And I know Dr. Bell isn't in this meeting, but short story, there was a board of trustee meeting that I came into and I was on literally less than 3 hours of sleep. And he was like, he was like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm just exhausted. He's like, well, for being on 3 hours of sleep, you look great. And that got me through with that meeting, honestly. And now, like, my final remarks, President Erica, thank you for everything. I have just been, I mean, your spirit of like, I thought I knew what a go-getter was, and then I met you. And just the fact that you like, just in administrative meetings and just being with you, you know, I see like, it's always just like, Erica wants this, is happening. And that's something that I, you know, as a very indecisive person, that's something I want to continue to learn. And, you know, I'm glad, you know, I know Zainab was your first student trustee, but I was your first full student trustee.
That's true. You were. You rock.
Don't forget that.
I will never forget that.
And also, I don't know if they're here, but Mary and Armine, just in your office, have just been such a kind resource to me. And as I was in my first months, just made me feel really, really comfortable in the position. And finally, just the two people that have really supported me since day one is Alex Volkelheid, and he has been just a mentor to me in so many ways. And even like 2 years ago when I started in my old PR role in AS, he has just been one of the like kindest, most approachable people on campus I can talk to. He is truly the definition of behind the scenes. We all are behind the scenes, but he is literally behind the scenes in so many ways.
Perfect.
And just again, like Doc Levo is flawless through it. And my counselor from day one, Marina Gonzalez, who has just helped me through this entire thing. And I just want to say this was the most unique experience of my life. I don't know if I'll ever have something like this again. And I've, you know, with such a intense election leading up to this and a re-election, I even debated running the second time just because of finals, but I pushed through, and I'm very, very, very thankful for that. And you know, as I go on to my next steps I still have yet to decide, but it's because I'm indecisive, but it's between CalArts here in Valencia and the Rhode Island School of Design.
RISD.
Right next to an Ivy League, which is something I never would have thought of in my entire life.
RISD.
I just want to thank you all for like getting me to this point, and just I know you will all give such a warm reception to, you know, my successor, and I'm very excited for just the future of PCC. I know we have very rough times ahead of us. I know the entire education system has very rough times ahead of us, but I think it's institutions like PCC that I've seen that are going to be, you know, going to hurt, and we're going to push through, but it's going to be fine. And yeah, I will let you all know of my decision. My term ends the same day I have to decide about schools, June 1st. So you will get an email that day. And I will let you know who the new student trustee is and where I'm going to school. But
Great.
I can't put it enough into words. You'll probably still get emails from me just because I'm so thankful. But just thank you for an incredible year. And I hope I will be visiting PCC once I can, so I can give you all hugs for just everything you've taught me this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Awesome.
We are so proud of you, Alex.
Thank you, Trustee Sarkisian. Were you possibly the yearbook editor in high school?
I actually was. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, that was a great recap. Thank you very much for that, and good luck on your future adventures. Now we're going to do the rest of the trustees in the order that you appear on my Brady Bunch screen. So to my immediate right is Trustee Brown.
I have nothing to report, thank you.
Okay, and on her right is Trustee Fellow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have really nothing. I just want to, I don't know if you got a note while our meeting was going on, but Dupar's is closed permanently. And I feel bad because I've been many a presidents for lunch and dinner there. That's sad.
Sign of the times.
And Alex, good luck to you.
Thank you, Trustee Fellow. And to his right is Trustee Silver.
I didn't know you were allowed to not say anything, so I'm also fine. I just want to say how much I enjoy. Okay. I just want to say how proud I am to be a part of this board. When I attend the Thursday statewide trustee meetings, PCC just is there in force. We have so many people from Erica, Linda, Berlinda, Jim, and possibly others. And I'm so proud that we are a college that wants to make a difference, not just sit in Pasadena, but extends our energy, knowledge, and enthusiasm state and possibly nationwide. I'm hearing possibly. So.
And Tony's a regular at those too.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I try. I'm so busy right now. I have a lecture right after this.
Hope it's in your bed.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Silver. And underneath me on the Brady Bunch screen is Trustee Wah.
Okay, well, I can't not say something, but first, I really want to just really congratulate Alex for just a phenomenal year of leadership as a student trustee. And from the minute I met him and we had coffee with then Trustee Rad and incoming Trustee Sarkisian, Alex immediately, he was so proactive and really wanted to know what were the things that he should put on his agenda, what were the priorities, and he just had it so lined up. So I really hope, well, I'm always sorry to see such strong, our young leaders leave us. I'm always more anxious to see them come back and see what they're doing. And I hope our foundation really ropes them in as part of our alumni database, because one day they'll be sitting at the dais in our place, or they'll be sitting in the faculty chairs, the department chairs. So, and just best of luck to everything that you deserve everything, Alex, everything good that's coming to you. So I do, as many of you know, the trustee webinars kind of consume my life right now. So I just want to say, if you've enjoyed seeing our PCC people in leadership, you'll really enjoy tomorrow because it's almost all PCC. And while we promised a strong May revise, the trustees voted that they wanted to hear the best practices of the student services and taking the pulse, because although many districts are reporting how much great stuff we're doing, and certainly PCC is definitely among the strongest leaders, and everyone is in envy of us because we have Dr. Olivo. We still hear from students that they are not getting services, or they're still missing out. So Dr. Olivo will be speaking about taking the pulse of the students and what student services can do more. So, and she is, as you know, the president of the Student Services Officer. So everyone is listening to Cynthia. So she will be among our presenters tomorrow, and then we'll do the May revise update in the last half hour of our session. We'll also be followed the next presentation by Calbright. And I had kind of mixed reviews from the trustees about whether or not we should do something, but I think, in view of the distance ed learning that all of our districts are going through, I do think Calbright has a place. And so President Gray will be sending out a poll, a message to all of our trustees to send in questions that can help us frame a constructive conversation with Calbright, which is our digital college. And not only, so as you know, we have a new CEO of Calbright. And so not only what are they doing, but how are they responding? What will be their mission to respond to the populations that have been hit hard by the COVID-19? And how does that digital college then address that? And then what kinds of partnerships do they see in place to help and work with our districts? So not in competition with our districts, but really as a partner. So I know Dr. Indrajanis has already sent me several questions, which I forwarded to them. So I encourage all the trustees to do the same. And for if there's anyone in our district who would like to ask questions that will help constructively frame the discussion for next Thursday, then I welcome that. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Wah. Trustee Chen Lao.
I wanted to thank Alex for being a terrific seatmate. We weren't able to sit next to each other today, but you are right next to me on my gallery view. So I think it's very serendipitous. And again, congratulations to you with your new journey. You are the next generation of leaders here for PCC and beyond. And I really do expect great things from you. And also, you know, I do think that you will continue to be a leader in a myriad of ways. So thank you. And I've learned so much, you know, from you as well. And I look forward to being able to speak to the students this Friday. Thank you. With regard to reporting back to the board, I don't have anything specific to report, but I do want to say thank you to the board for passing the resolution on the anti hate sentiment for Asian Americans. You know, in the latest FBI report, there's been a 1,000% increase of hate incidences against Asians and Asian Americans. And I do think that it's important that we speak out, but not only speak out, but that we behave in a way that shows that we understand what discrimination is and that we're against all types of racism, not just within our own communities. So thank you very much to my colleagues for supporting the resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Chen Lao. And I'll start off my comments by also thanking Trustee Sarkisian for your service in this very unusual year, and wish you the best as you make your decision of where to go in your next part of your academic adventure. Also wanted to thank Trustee Wah for your past year of service just completed as the president of the league, the CCLC, and also congratulate you on your nomination to the Ensign Award, and anything that I can do as your ward boss and the nominating committee member at ACCT to make sure that you not only get nominated but win the award. Rest assured, I will be doing that in the smoke-filled back rooms. And then as we you know, pause and think about where we're at, what started out as we thought maybe a kind of a temporary situation that we're in, and the long-term reality starts to set in that we're going to be in this mode for a while longer, perhaps longer than we anticipated, certainly longer than we wished. And on top of that, to get the not unsurprising, but still discouraging budget news coming from the state. I just want to thank everybody that's part of this collective effort at PCC. The Dr. Androgenis and your executives, the administration, faculty, and staff that have made this college one of the top 10 in the United States and #1 in California, and not just once but twice now. And this is going to be certainly a continuing challenge to our greatness, and I know that everybody involved will rise to the challenge because we have before. And then I do want to remind us that Memorial Day is coming up, and that's sort of the advent of summer, and with some of the loosening that's gone on, thankfully, at Los Angeles County. I just want to remind all of us to, as we enjoy our slightly new freedom that we're getting, that we also do that in a responsible way, because it's up to all of us individually and collectively to act responsibly and proper social distancing, so we can get this pandemic behind us as quickly as possible. So encourage you to enjoy the weekend, but also to stay healthy and to stay safe, and of course, Semper Gumby, stay flexible for what the future holds for us. So thank you again to everybody that's involved in this effort and what's ahead of us. And with that, I'm going to move on to item number 2, which is our proposed future board business meeting dates. We're almost at the finish line here, folks. I know it's late. I think I want to note one change. We agreed that our meeting next month for the June meeting, we're going to start at 5 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Because we might have some extra business to take care of. I'll make note of that. Is there any other changes that we need to make note of for future board meetings?
No, we don't, not at this point.
Okay, if not, then we're going to move on to item number 3, proposed future agenda items. Do we have any requests from the trustees for that?
Mr. President, can I just,
Yes, sir.
kind of pertains to this. Can I please ask that we get a KPPC meeting arranged? It was supposed to be in March.
We have that on I have that on my list of things to do. Yes.
Yeah, and of course, let's do that and let's get a Zoom meeting for that. And then also, actually, President Androgenis, I think John Martin is not here, but I think we need to do a closeout meeting for our Measure P oversight. We're so close to the finish line, and I don't know.
That is scheduled for August. We already had it on the book scheduled for
Awesome.
August as the closeout meeting, unless Dr. Bush has a different date, but I thought that was August.
Okay, good. And I know we've been having trouble getting a quorum for that, but I think it might actually be easier to get a quorum for that on a Zoom meeting format. So good. So I'm glad we have that on the agenda. And if that is it, we've now finally come to the favorite. Oh, it's not it.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
worries.
I'm sorry. I wanted to see, will there be a study session scheduled for the budget?
The budget, I'm sorry, did I speak, Mike?
Dr. Androgenis, go ahead.
Okay, so there will be, so the budget and the finance and audit committee will review the budget, and then there will be a study session attached to the June meeting related to the budget in preparation for you to approve the tentative budget.
Okay, and you think that one session is enough?
Well, we don't know yet. At this point
Okay.
in time, we do not have another session planned, but that doesn't mean one will not come up.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's just that I don't have anything to offer for a definitive date right now.
Okay.
Okay. Any further proposed future agenda items? And then with that, we do get to the favorite part of this meeting, and that is the adjournment. And I will adjourn this meeting in memory of the COVID-19 victims here in the San Gabriel Valley, statewide, nationwide, and worldwide, and also just wish everybody to stay safe and healthy. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Yay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, Alex. I'll see you Friday.
See you soon. Yeah, I still got 2 more weeks with me.